Good evening, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Hello, Mr. Freeze.
Good evening. How are you tonight?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Oh, not bad.
Good.
Looking forward to the holidays.
You and everybody else.
Get a little break.
The idea is not to keep you too long tonight.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
I hope, hopefully not. I think I'm hoping for 2 hours, nice and tight. I emailed you back response to your questions, Mr. Phillips, around the Yale books.
I saw. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no problem.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Evening.
We're going to wait until 5:05 to see if some other board members jump in, and then we'll get started.
I apologize for being late. I was sitting in closed session. Whoops. I forgot that I was supposed to come here first and then go to closed session. Sorry.
No problem. No
I think
problem.
got everybody, actually. It looks like we've got all trustees are here.
So can I just clarify just for a moment? So it was my understanding that closed sessions were in Google Meet and the opens were in Zoom. Has that been changed?
No, we start here in case there's any public comment before we go
Got
into
it.
the session.
Got it.
Then assuming there's none or finishing that little piece of business, then we go in.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to call the December 22nd, 2020 special meeting to order. The second item on the agenda is disclosure of items to be discussed in closed session. There are two items. The first item is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation. The second item is conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation as well. Are there any public comments?
Oops. There are no public comments at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. We will recess into closed session.
Mr. Aurelio or Mr. Duffy.
Yes.
Trustee Smith Folds is waiting to be promoted.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.
I'm not seeing two trustees. Oh, there's O3. I will promote him. Okay, I think everyone is now in. I will be your pilot this evening, so.
Good evening, everyone. I would like to call the open session to order for this December 22nd, 2020 special meeting. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now we would like to have the welcome and meeting procedures. We're going to begin with the land acknowledgement.
Let me pull that up right quick. My bad. Okay, there we go. We recognize that we are presently on the lands of the Chichonyo, Muwekma, Karkin, Ohlone peoples and acknowledge them as the first inhabitants of the land we currently occupy today.
Thank you. This meeting will provide public comment opportunities through Zoom, app, or by telephone. To indicate your desire to speak on an agenda item, raise your hand by clicking on the appropriate icon in the Zoom app or by pressing *9 if accessing the meeting by phone. In order to be recognized to speak, your hand must be raised before public comment begins for the item. And Mr. Aurelio, because we are limiting this to 20 minutes, and I know I just read this, if people wish to speak, as long as we're still within that 20-minute time frame, please just let them speak, but it will be 1 minute and 30 seconds. Due to the Brown Act, board members cannot discuss items that are not on the agenda and do not usually respond to items presented in public comment. Mr. Duffy, can we have the roll call, please?
President Phillips,
Present.
Clerk Smith Folds,
Present.
Trustee Reckler,
Good evening, President.
Trustee Christian,
Present.
Trustee Gonzalez Hoy,
Present.
Student Trustee Caden Cotton Blake,
Present.
Student Trustee Garcia Avila.
Present.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Duffy. And now the next item is C, public comment. There was a typographical error on the agenda. So it says opportunity for public comment on agenda items. This is not just agenda items, it's the regular public comment. Is there any public comment?
There are public comments. I'm running both the timer and call in on folks, so bear with me for a quick second.
And I
As I
just, while you do that, Mr. Aurelio, I just want to remind folks again that this is public comment for items that are not on the agenda. So if you are here to speak to an item that is on the agenda, we ask that you do wait for that item. We do not have many items tonight, so we will get there. So please stay focused on the agenda. And again, public comment for items not on the agenda. Thank you.
Okay, so we have 3 hands raised. We will begin with Gabrielle Micheletti, you may unmute.
Hello, and welcome to our new school board members. I'm excited to see you here. And I am disappointed in the movement of so many agenda items to a time that is less convenient for community members who have high stakes in this school board, you know, parents, families, teachers, and moving it to a time over a break where people are busy with other things instead of at the standard time really strikes me as undemocratic and a way to try and avoid transparency. So I hope for better things from this school board in terms of actively seeking community engagement instead of actively trying to avoid it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joseph Glatzer. Mr. Glatzer, you may unmute.
Hi, thank you. So I have a similar comment. I'm a little disappointed that all these extra items are being added to the agenda in addition to Summit. And I would also ask that the Summit item be moved to the top because, you know, we patiently waited at the board meeting last time and then now it's at the very bottom. I don't understand that. So I'm humbly asking our wonderful new board if they can move that up to the top of the list. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jillian Banks Kong. Ms. Banks Kong, you can unmute.
Thank you. Hi. I was at the last board meeting and I wanted to speak about distance learning. And that's why I tuned back in today, but I'm not seeing that on the agenda. Can somebody tell me if there will be an opportunity to speak to that or if I should speak now?
Now is the right time.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, yes, I would like to urge the board to re-examine the MOU that is currently in place. I understand that it was signed probably with the best intentions, but now that we're actually deep in it, I feel that it's very important to re-examine it. Safety is a #1 priority for me, but I do not think that opening the schools and safety are oxymorons. I think both of those things can go together. Other places have done it successfully, and I would really, really like to see the kids brought back in a measured, hybrid way, once a week, once a month, something. Our kids need to get back to school for their social and emotional well-being as well as their academic learning. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Hernandez Jarvis. You may unmute.
Hello everyone, Stephanie Hernandez Jarvis here again. I want to thank you all for meeting this evening and working hard in the days ahead of the holidays to get the work done that's necessary for a district. I'm commenting today to advocate for the board to discuss the student board member bylaw at the next board meeting in January to ensure the work and voices of student leaders in our district is centered. Approving the latest revision to board bylaw 9150 will enable student board members to serve longer terms and add 2 more student board members to the board. Thank you, board members, and thank you, Trustees Garcia Avila and Cotton Blake, for your advocacy and leadership on this. Thank you, everyone. Take care.
And our last comment is from Lucy Justo. You may unmute.
Hello. I would like just to speak to the distance learning and going back to school. As somebody who has had COVID-19, as well as my husband and my daughter, I do not think that we should risk it at all. My lungs still have not completely recovered. And I've had to go to the emergency room 5 times. My husband was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Thank God he did not have to be put on a ventilator. My daughter, who is 13 years old, was sick and out of school for 2 months. So it is not true that students will be okay. They may not die, but they still suffer. There's not enough known about COVID-19 to risk the lives of our families, our staff, our kids, all stakeholders. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. Thank you to everyone who called in today. I need to go backwards for a moment. Mr. Duffy, do we have a report out from closed session?
No, we do not.
Thank you very much, sir. The next item is D1, update on Youth Commission and Youth Congress. Mr. Duffy, presentation.
Sorry about that. We are about to, can you hear me? Yes.
Yes.
We are bringing that up for you right now. I'm going to ask Mr. Aurelio to lead that. And also with us, I think this evening is Tashaka Merriweather, who coordinates youth voice and youth activities for the district.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Duffy. And good evening, President Phillips, trustees, student trustees, and staff. Myself and Tashaka Merriweather are here to speak regarding student voice. We're going to be covering both the Youth Commission and the newly established Youth Congress. So I'm going to move the slides along, and I believe Tashaka Merriweather will give us some background on the Youth Commission.
All right, so good evening, members of the boards, and congratulations on your new assignment. Definitely look forward to working with you all and Superintendent Duffy and staff. So Tashaka Merriweather, I am the Youth Development Program Coordinator for our school district, and this year with an additional focus on athletics. So I actually started working with the Youth Commission back in 2018. And I was assigned to support it. So typically what we would have is starting with the question of a bunch of students come once a month and we would sit down and say, well, this was prior to me. What do you want to change about your school site? This typically got the response of, we don't like the lunches. And we get that once a month for so on. But when I really took a hold, I said, this is an opportunity for students to actually become leaders in their school district. So we started to shift towards the focus of leadership development with the school district and the students. So I would say one of our first initial heavy lifts was the Youth Truth Survey, and that was a direct, I would say, achievement of our Youth Commission members. They took that on as a pilot. Initially, we just did 6 high schools, and that was an initiative that they started off. Youth Truth was brand new, so we took the opportunity to see how can we capture climate and different types of feedback from our students authentically through this survey. So that was one major milestone. I would also say we did a all student convening, which was another way from the feedback that we got is, hey, how do we capture all of this data that we got from the Youth Truth Survey, but then what do we do with it? Well, let's bring all the students together from across the district and have this one event, which is supposed to be fun, and we call it Get Involved. So that was our first kind of initial event from there. As time progressed, and you can see on your slide here, fall 2019, we started to really reimagine the Youth Commission. What we found to be a challenge, and I'll speak to this on the next slide, the representation of the Youth Commission and the students that would come. So we held the meetings at Helms Middle School. So based on proximity, some of our regularly attendees and strongest advocates were our students from Middle College. And then next would come De Anza High School, and then so on and so forth. But typically those would be some of our high achieving students. So through this survey process, as we're there and we're going through a process of empowerment, the students are saying, I get it, but we need more students here. And that's been the feedback that we're getting, from the onset of me working with them all the way to, today. We need more students at the Youth Commission. So that's where in spring 2020, we kind of came into this, how do we reimagine the Youth Commission? And we need to start, from the ground up. So next slide, please. So some of the questions that were asked is, how do we capture the input of the students outside of our regular participants? And that was something that the students felt Initially we started off to say, hey, you go recruit more students, and then we'll send out an email blast. We'll do all these different avenues. But even then, we wouldn't get, let's say, the student that doesn't always participate or the student that doesn't come to school. The biggest thing, what the purpose of the Youth Commission was to be a direct conduit of the student experience to the Board of Education. However, to capture that student experience, we need to hear from all types of our students. And what I felt, and also the members of the Youth Commission at that time, is it wasn't quite reflective of all the members that represent our community in all of our school sites. And then, you know, how do we avoid top-down approach to student voice, where most of how in education or most systems, students are really tokenized when it comes to engagement or voice. The decisions are made, and then after the fact, we propose a solution and say, hey, what do you think about what we created? And usually as adults, we get it wrong. It's either too late or we missed the mark. So we really wanted to say, how can we get ahead and actually involve our students in collaboration in the planning process or the decision-making process, or actually let them be the drivers of which direction that we should go. So that was another thing that the Youth Commission kind of thought about. And then finally, you know, what practices can we as adults put in place to support the student leadership development? And what that ended up turning into is, it was really unrealistic to say, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing, launching a youth truth survey, starting a new committee, doing a fishbowl, and you as one student is expected to go back to a campus and make change for 900 other students. It's just not realistically to try to actually get that done from the group that we had. So what we landed on is we really need to start at the school site and be organic, you know, really start and build up the capacity at the school sites. At that time, we were calling site leadership teams, which would be our on-site version of the Youth Commission of what we would eventually create. So through these site-based leadership teams, in support of what we were calling a student voice advocate at the time, a leadership team, whomever, would be the ones that would actually do the same work that I was attempting to do centrally, but at the sites. And then we can then pull from those sites, and that would be the members of the Youth Commission. So that's, so the answer to that is actually the All Student Congress. You know, so the All Student Congress, and the transition happened. We were building out the capacity of the adults, in which we called the student voice advocates, and then COVID-19 happened. And the schools were shut down, and all of the PD and all of the momentum that we were working towards the spring to build this launch to get these site-based teams going really hindered us. So then within the opportunity, something that Superintendent Duffy from the beginning, you know, the onset of him being here was, hey, there's this, I believe in another district, it's called the All City Council. And you can tell me if I'm wrong there, but a similar concept where students from across multiple sites would actually come together and discuss, you know, challenges in their educational experience. So the question is, now that we're promoting the All Student Congress, what happened to the Youth Commission? You know, I get that often throughout this year and so on. What happened to the Youth Commission? It was there and now it's not there. The best way to say is it's being reconfigured, and how working with the team that we brought on board with some principals, students, and staff, we're actually reconfiguring the Youth Commission to live within the All Student Congress. Another feedback area or something that we were looking at was the representation of middle school students. Previously, the Youth Commission was limited to high school students only. However, we're discovering that middle school and high school experiences are beginning to be real similar. And we also want to capture some of those middle school students and what they're going through, and to get ahead of that planning and collaboration. So what we're proposing with the Youth Commission is to actually do an expansion of high school and middle school. And within the All Student Congress, which includes elementary, middle, and high school students, we would then be able to branch those groups of students off in the quote unquote traditional Youth Commission, but it would be the same type of work that's going on under this body of All Student Congress, where the older high school, middle school would be the Youth Commission, and the elementary would be student leaders as well, but collectively it's the All Student Congress.
So let me jump in here. We have established the all district student Congress. We've had 3 subsequent meetings the last 3 months. The first 2 were not as well represented. We made a big push with all our sites and our site leaders to really recruit. We want to see 2 representatives from each school at a minimum. That's our goal and our target. So as of the last meeting, which was last Friday, we had 43 schools represented, and you can see the breakdown there. Those are elementary, middle, and high schools that were represented in our Congress. And our next student Congress meeting will be at the end of January. We currently have them scheduled out to land on what we are calling our 4th Fridays. Those are the days where our team can support the work of the Congress, and Mr. Merriweather mentioned 2 of our principals. We do have 2 principals who are in stipended positions who support student voice, and they're doing a lot of work around supporting the Student Congress. So a little information about the Student Congress. We are really working to empower our students, hear their voices from each of the unique sites because they all bring a unique perspective. It was very wonderful to see Trustee Cotton Blake at the last Student Congress representing Middle College. He actually stepped in and held a leadership role, led students through a leadership activity. Our students were able to identify, are they a north, a south, an east, or a west in their leadership capabilities. It was really fascinating to see how students self-selected and the commonalities in those traits. And then we were able to come back together and really talk about that and how we work together, knowing the different leadership qualities that they have. Some topics that the All Student Congress has brought up, they're really trying to focus us on pushing the race and equity work to the student level. There's been an ask both at the Congress level to support that work, and how does that look in the classroom? What supports do our teachers need to really lead some of that work? There is a couple other topics. We're currently in the process of getting more topics from the Congress as we build out the scope and sequence of the year for them. Mr. Merriweather, was there anything else you would like to add about this in your experience this last Congress?
We're making a lot of progress, and the more we give the students the opportunity to speak up and use their voice, the more they actually want to do it. I'm looking forward to how we're going to work together and really make impact. And then again, shout out to Caden. He, I believe, joined the Youth Commission as a sophomore, when traditionally we're looking at juniors and seniors, and he's been,
we just
and he just keeps showing up, and now to see him at this leadership position, I'm extremely proud of him. So shout out to you, Caden.
And I will say it's been wonderful to hear the students really share not only their experience with distance learning, but really their experience of what's gone well. They've really mentioned some strategies teachers have used. They've really talked about the homeroom advisory periods and how those are wonderful spaces. They've made some suggestions on really pushing us in the system on how can we sort of improve those experiences for students. They obviously have made reference to the need for mental health supports, a need for just an ability to socialize as well in this environment. And that's our presentation for y'all tonight. We're here for any questions, and thank you, Mr. Merriweather, and we will turn it over to you.
Mr. Aurelio, thank you very much for the presentation. Mr. Merriweather, thank you very much for the presentation. Now it is time for questions about the presentation. On this particular item, though, I am going to start with the student trustees. So Ms. Garcia Avila.
Thank you. That was a really good presentation. I have 3 quick questions, which are, how do students apply? Is there a form? How is that form being advertised? And also, if it's possible, I would like a list of the schools represented, and if it would be great, that would be nice. And how could we also reach out to the schools that don't have any students represented?
So I'll start with the first question. So we initially really put not the pressure, but we asked sites to identify their student representatives. Different sites have different versions of student government. Some have established student councils, so they selected from that ranks. But I believe that we really asked the site administrators to help select 2 students. Some have emailed and asked could they have a third or an alternate. So we're getting a lot of interest. I will be following up on the sites that have not submitted students, but we did a really big push this past month to really increase the membership that we saw. The first 2 months, it was mostly elementary, just a sprinkling of middle schoolers. This time we saw Greenwood and Middle College and a number of our high schools represented. In fact, I think there was only 2 that were not represented. Your other question was if there was an application. It's not really an application, they would go through the school site. And we can definitely provide a list of the schools that are currently represented.
And Mr. Aurelio, I would just add that the goal is still to build out these site leadership teams because we don't want to limit the number of students that can express their voice. And the All-Student Congress is not the end all for that. It's actually just representatives to continue to communicate the work that's going on at the school site.
Ms. Garcia-Avalon, did they answer your questions or do you have any more? Okay, thank you. Mr. Cotton Blake.
Thank you, President Phillips. The only question I really have is moving forward, what are some of the topics or activities you'll have the students engage in during these meetings?
So as Mr. Aurelio kind of pointed out, definitely looking at race and equity work and then how we can utilize Wellness Fridays to the best of its ability throughout the remaining of the year and so on and so forth. But really what we hope to do this meeting that passed and the next meeting is set the foundation via the students. So I want you guys to actually set the agenda of what's important to you moving forward. Outside of those 2 things that have already come up several times and that we're all at the top of our mind is really letting the students set the agenda as far as what is going to be our focus. And hopefully using some type of data, survey, or something to actually guide that conversation.
And I would add, Trustee Cotton Blake too, that is also a space where we can bring things for feedback. For example, as we look to bring back the grading policies for next year, right? We talked about in the beginning of the year with the policies, we accepted that this was a year of transition, that we have more work to do. That is another area we're going to be establishing new committees and working towards an updated grading policy for next year. And that would be a space potentially where we can bring drafts of a policy, get feedback from the All-Student Congress, and really using that body as another potential space for feedback.
Oh, I had one last question just came to mind. So what are some of the leadership positions within the All-Student Congress you're looking to implement later on?
Personally, I want us to all be equal. Different from the Youth Commission where there's a president, vice president, so on and so forth. I want the All-Student Congress to kind of be, we're all on the same, level playing field. However, once again, since we're initially starting this, from the beginning, if it's decided that there should be a president, there should be a clerk or something, then that's something we can build out as time goes. But my goal is to really make it organic and let the students create what this body is going to be moving forward.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotton Blake. Mr. Gonzalez-Way.
Thank you, President Phillips. So our student board members actually asked the majority of my questions, but I have 2. And thank you, Mr. Merriweather and Mr. Aurelio for the presentation. For my understanding from the beginning of the presentation, one of the goals is still for the Student Congress to provide feedback and report back to the board on things that are going on. Can you talk about the mechanism for that? I've actually not, apart from our student board members bringing back some feedback in the past, I've never seen that mechanism come back to the board level in an open session. How would that occur? That's my first question.
My first thought that comes to mind is that there would, just like we have standing reports from different groups, that there would be a standing report and someone representing the All Student Congress. And it might potentially be one of our trustees here or a different member that they would be able to provide a report.
Great, thank you. And then, Mr. Merriweather, you were talking about the main goal is to build these student leadership teams at the sites. Do you have data around how that's going so far? I mean, I know that right now the concentration is on the teaching online and everything, but if that is the main goal, it can be, I think, not as hard to find one person to serve in a committee, but to bring back and build a whole team at a site. How is that going at the 43 sites that have started the work, and who is holding that work at the sites? Is it the principals?
That's a great question, and I'm glad you brought that up. So to be completely transparent and clear, we're very early on in the All Student Congress. The work of the site-based leadership teams was an initiative of the Youth Commission last spring before COVID hit. So we were just getting ready to identify the teachers or leaderships or whoever that student voice advocate would be and begin the PD session, and then COVID hit. So that kind of derailed everything. And we haven't actually got back to it yet. All Student Congress came along, and this we say, hey, this is a time to merge these two concepts together. Excuse me. So that's what we're looking to do. What we started at the last meeting was to talk about what type of tools and resources us as adults can give you to go back to the sites. Another piece that we implemented, Mr. Aurelio has been working with the sites on a follow-up. Right, the students come to the All Student Congress, but then they go back to the sites and they just kind of do their thing until the next meeting. He started to really develop, there needs to be a check-in with the principal or an adult regarding what happened at the meeting and next steps. We hope to utilize that communication and relationship to then build out, the support for the student and the data around the leadership team. So no leadership teams officially through this initiative have been started to date, and we don't have any data because we haven't quite got to that point yet.
Thank you. President Phillips, that was my last question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Christian?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Yeah, so question I want to ask is, because I just came out of the high school. I've been at El Cerrito High School, and I remember when the youth council was started way back and so forth, but just now is getting back into action. So, but the question is, do you have students that's coming out of El Cerrito and Kennedy High School, Richmond High, and so forth?
So off the top of my head, I do know that both Kennedy and Richmond were represented at the last Student Congress. I do not believe El Cerrito was represented at the last Student Congress. So I'm going to be working with that site to make sure they identify the representatives.
Yeah, reason why I asked that question, because, by me being at El Cerrito High School, that information, as far as me in being involved with all those students that were there at the school, I never, seen any information come across to the school.
And that's great feedback, because that's what we were hearing from students and sites, even from 2018. Hey, this sounds great. How come I don't hear about it? Hey, you guys should put a flyer out, as we're sending the flyers out. So that's what All Student Congress, we've kind of shifted the communication, how we're communicating with principals. And then back to the days of the Youth Commission, for whatever reason, sites that were further away from the Helms campus, we usually had less participation in the Youth Commission. So I could see why, El Cerrito, Kennedy would, not be represented, or students wouldn't be as involved. And again, the way we had it set up wasn't the best, where one student is responsible for going back to communicate to a whole high school regarding what happened, how to join the Youth Commission, and that's just not realistic.
The other layer too, if I recall, Mr. Merriweather, those meetings were typically held at night.
Mm-hmm.
We held our All Student Congress this past Friday at 10:30, the 10:30 to noon block, which on a Wellness Wednesday, the way we have our structure, the students were able to really join. So participation should be growing in that capacity. And also the opportunity of just this environment with Zoom and Google Meet. Students don't have to travel now to get to those meetings. So we're really looking forward to that opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
I have a couple of questions. You said that you held it at 10:30 to 12, your 10 o'clock to 10:30 block on Wellness Wednesday,
Correct.
but
Friday.
kids, Friday, not Wednesday, right?
Friday.
Because kids are
Sorry,
still
I'm
in
sorry.
school
Friday.
Wednesday. Okay, Friday. Okay, that was the
Sorry.
first one. That's the first thing. The second thing is I want to just reiterate the equity lens, because it's site to site, and I really want to know how each site is picking the students that they want to go to the youth or to the all student congress, and then those kids be flushed back into the youth commission, because you said that all student congress has elementary, middle, and high school, and the middle and high school are then going to form the youth commission, correct?
It would, under middle and high school, it's under the umbrella. This would be what is considered the youth commission, correct?
Okay, and then from the youth commission, we get our student trustees, correct?
No, so that's actually something that has happened, but it's not actually part of the process. So from what I understand, the student trustees can be any students. What we have typically done is pull those students from the youth commission, but that isn't actually the only way the trustees are selected. For instance, Caden, he wasn't quite old enough to be on the board, but as he then got on the board, he then became a member. However, there has been no youth commission this year, yet Caden is a trustee.
Okay, and then I also want to keep in mind scope and sequence. I want to make sure that the kids have the voice that the students present is inside the realm of the scope and the sequence that they can make change. Does that make sense what I'm saying? I want to make sure that they have an accurate voice, that they don't just get to check off a box. Okay, we heard from the kids, let's check off a box. But that whatever we're telling them, they have the ability to influence, that they really have an influence. And that's really bearing down on scope and sequence of what they can do. And I think starting that now and being transparent with students will benefit us all in the end, because they are able to work within the actual boundaries that are set, and it's teaching scope, and it's teaching where their positional power and their personal power lies. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It does, yes.
As long as that's out there, that's what I want to make sure. Equity and making sure that they have a voice that is usable.
We're on the same page.
Great.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith-Folds. Mrs. Reckler.
Yes, thanks so much for this presentation. This is so exciting. This is great. I don't have too much more to add because everybody's done a terrific job. Just some of the comments are really post-COVID. I hope we'll take the Zoom experience forward where it enables many more people to tap in and we don't have to be physically present. I don't want us to lose that, but still the access is amazing. Another thing to look at is updates to the board, but also to the individual principals. And I want to make sure that there is site-based ability as well as a board ability to connect. I feel that's important. I believe there are wonderful opportunities for mentoring, middle school to elementary, elementary to high. So hopefully you'll look at some ways of pairing off different types of students and forming some sort of mentoring opportunities as they walk through the years. I think that's just super and so exciting. And
so
then
Mrs. Reckler, I'm going to jump in just a little bit. We're going to loop back around for discussion. So if you have like comments, we're going to loop back around. You're going to have a second chance for comments, but we're doing the questions right now.
Okay. That's it then. I'll hold it.
Okay, thank you. I just have a couple of questions. Do we have the capacity as staff to actually run two separate entities, meaning a Congress and a youth commission?
Yes, because in theory, it's already happening. We just have to get more of the secondary students to the table. And because it's representatives from every site, we're talking about over 50 kids. So we have to actually break these kids out so we can actually hear the voices and get the conversation. So based on what we did at the last meeting, and if we expand on that, I think it's more than possible. Because me single-handedly with, you know, every now and then staff, I was able to run the youth commission. So it doesn't seem too overbearing.
It's Mr. Phillips, if I'm understanding correctly, you're asking, will there be two separate sort of meeting structures for the Congress and then a subset of that group that then meets as a commission? Is that what
Yeah,
you're asking?
yes, because what I heard was Congress and Youth Commission. And I'm asking, do you have capacity to actually have two separate bodies? That is what I'm asking.
We
'Cause you're
can
always talking-
definitely, yeah, we can definitely make that work. And just so you have a sense of who's supporting the Congress, it's Mr. Merriweather, it's myself, it's Martine Blake, it's Dr. Breed, it's our so we have around 6 to 8 adults who have been working and coming to these Congress meetings regularly and who are supporting. So we'd be able to definitely hold out a second subset of meetings for them.
Okay, and the reason that I'm asking is simply because staff makes a lot of comments about having to juggle too many meetings. And it sounds like you just created 2 committees. So that said, I am going to move us into public comment. All of the board members have asked their questions. And then board members, again, after public comment, you'll have a point or a time to make, discussion. Is there any public comment on this item?
So I don't see any current hands raised for this item. Oh,
Okay.
just one. I do see one. Let me go to the one. Stephanie Hernandez Jarvis, you may unmute.
Hi, everyone. Again, I'm Stephanie Hernandez Jarvis here. I just wanted to quickly comment about the board bylaw 9150. In this discussion, I think I heard that the youth commission doesn't actually pick the students who then serve. And I know this year was different with the pandemic and going virtual for everything. But in the current version right now, not the revision, but the current board bylaw 9150, it still says in the second paragraph that the youth commission will then appoint the 2 different students to represent WCCUSD on the board. So I just wanted to clarify that it actually literally says that a youth commission picks who's going to be on the board. So that's why earlier in my public comment for general things that are not agendized, I talked about the need to have the board bylaw in its latest revision regarding students 9150 actually discussed and approved by the board so that we can actually increase accessibility and not have limited representation or exclusivity of participation on the board. We want all students, not students only who are already in mainstream participation groups and student clubs, but students who are at the margins and who also want to be leaders and have aspirations to serve on the board as well. So I would just like to throw that out there just to clarify about the Youth Commission and really, just focus on centering the kids and really what is it that they want. And I look forward to hearing in the discussion from both student trustees as well. Thank you so much. Good night.
So our next speaker is Joseph Glatzer. Mr. Glatzer, you may unmute.
Hi again. So this is Joseph Glatzer again, Hercules Middle teacher. And I'd just like to ask that teachers also be involved in helping to select and promote this initiative to students, because I think it's important that we do a really wide outreach and to represent as many authentic student voices as possible. And like was mentioned before, that we can get more people involved than just the people who typically do this sort of thing. And I think teachers are well suited and well placed to be able to know how to reach specific students. That would be great for this.
Our next speaker is Stephanie Rios. Ms. Rios, you may unmute.
I'm Stephanie Rios, a high school teacher at Tianza High. I would just encourage to also outreach to our English learner students. They have a unique and a different voice, and our EL4 and EL3 students would really benefit from an experience like this, and they will be able to help the district bring ideas on how to help them specifically. So let's not forget about our EL students. Thank you.
And one more, it looks like Celia Rodriguez Merzenek. Oh, sorry, no longer there. Lowered hand. So that concludes comments for this item.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. So now we're on to board discussion, and we're going to take this item with the student trustees first again. Ms. Garcia Avila.
I have no comments other than I would really love to be involved. I know my students, I mean, my school already has their 2 representatives, but this is such a good thing that I would love to be in it. But that's all. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I
ma'am.
say we thought of you. We just didn't want to overload you. We did think of you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Cotton Blake.
All right, thank you. First, I'd like to say how important this work is, especially in the sense of the All Student Congress. It's actually interesting. Before it was brought to my attention that it had been developed, I was having a conversation with one of our past trustees about this being what the Youth Commission should look like. And here we are with now the All Student Congress, exactly how I think as students, we really envisioned it. And I think it's a great opportunity, like you said, for students who don't typically do this type of thing to go and really give that voice that needs to be heard, not just from the only leadership perspective, but that raw, genuine input from, real students. And also, I just wanted to talk about some of the work that I saw while I was there last time and had an opportunity to engage for that first meeting. I was actually there. Like Mr. Merriweather spoke about, we talked about race and equity. Mind you, we were here with middle school students through high school, and there were 6th and 7th graders having real conversations and understanding about the importance of race and equity, even at that age. And that just goes to show how real this is and how important this work really is. And then let me see. Oh, another comment I had is when it comes to the All Student Congress, I have no problem as a student trustee giving and voicing out part of the updates on the All Student Congress and what was worked on in past meetings during my student report, as well as a report out directly from representatives from the All Student Congress, just to show my support for the work being done and the importance of it. So again, to Shaka, Mr. Aurelio, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cotton Blake. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. So, I think that what I love about our current board is that, and I mean, past boards too, but currently I've gotten to know all of the folks that are here with us tonight. It's because we all truly care about student voice and making sure that something like this really works. I would love if Trustee Cotton Blake brings us monthly reports on this. I really want to hear what the Congress is working on a monthly basis. And I am concerned, 2 of my concerns were actually mentioned by 2 of the public speakers, which is how are the translation of the Congress to the sites and the recruitment. Actually, Trustee Smith-Folds also brought it up, and the diversity, right, around our English language learners. Like I remember speaking to a student trustee, that he at times did not feel comfortable because he was a newcomer and he had a hard time with English. So how do we balance, the need of our English language learners and this type of student leadership, which could be, like I agree with the speaker, could be amazing for them. And just ensuring that we are, keeping up with our demographics in this group just as much as in the sites leadership team. And I would just love if we could get a report just on also the details of the Congress in a future board meeting in the spring. President Phillips, maybe you could help us with that, organize it so that we could just find out, the data that we asked today, just around how leadership teams are going at the sites, right? Like what goals have been accomplished, what can we support as a board that the students want to accomplish, etc. But thank you and great work, and I look forward to hearing more about it.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mr. Christian.
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. Only thing I just want to echo is just continue to have a good, strong outreach to all our schools, middle school, high schools, and then make sure equity is across the board and making sure that all those things are in place. And that's pretty much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Thank you. I just want to make sure that you continue to cast a wide net. You include your ELL, your SPED, your foster youth, your kids transitioning from incarceration, that you make sure that everyone is recognized and voice is heard. I want to make sure that I reiterate what was just called in. Teachers do know. Teachers know those kids who may not be performing outside that room, but have the potential to perform inside that room and perform at something this dynamic. So teachers know, staff knows, your CSOs know. So make sure you're asking everybody. And only way to do that with equity is policy. It needs to be written down on a piece of paper, sirs and ma'ams. Let's write it down and say, this is who you need to make sure you're asking. This is what we want to make sure is coming back to us to have full representation of our students. And that also creates sustainability. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every year. It's there. This, you pull it off the shelf in June or August and whenever you do it. And this is what we're looking for so you can get rolling. So I caution everyone to go slow to go fast. Get it right by putting it in policy and making sure that policy is tight and equitable. Also, please include us in the feedback loop. Like, we want to know. Like, we're sitting here because we want to know. And all 5 of us came because we want to know. We came from knowing, and now we want to continue to know what's going on in our schools and at our sites. And then we were just told that the youth commission does pick the trustees. So I want to clean that up. Is that true, Mr. Merriweather? Is that what we're doing? The youth commission is going to vote the trustees or choose the trustees, or does that need to be changed?
Could I chime in really quickly? Sorry to interrupt, but the board policy, I know that some of the former trustees had worked on in governance, does make clear that it changes the language from youth commission to or existing youth organization. So it leaves it open for us to decide if this body, the Youth Congress, wants to be the one who says who makes the nominations or helps choose. So we left the language a bit open there. So whatever the prevailing body is, if it ends up being this Youth Congress and it really has sustainability, then we could have that Youth Congress really help select those members. But they don't have to come from the Youth Congress. We're just saying that the Youth Congress could help like vet the applications because we'd like the students to do that. But
so I'm going to chime in just for a moment.
Sure.
We're in board discussion now. So this is the time for the board to speak. This time is sacrosanct. Please do not interrupt it. So Ms. Jamila Smith-Folds, do you have more comments?
So my only comment is to clean that up, make it clear where the trustees are coming from, so then we can make it clear that it's equitable. Everything needs to be barrier-free and it needs to be sustainable and equitable. So whatever needs to be cleaned up, make sure that it's cleaned up to where the board understands the organizational chart of the Youth Commission and the board understands the organizational chart of the All Student Congress. So we can help ensure that that equity lens is always in the forefront of decision-making and policy. Thank you, President Trustee Phillips.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler?
Thank you. I do now have a clarifying question though, because I'm not really sure. I heard that the Youth Commission was going away and that it was being replaced. It was on pause, or an All Student Congress was replacing that. So now I'm a little confused, honestly.
So right now at this moment, I'm going to try to really get us in the habit of following Rosenberg so we're not all over the place and meeting until 1 o'clock in the morning and all of that other stuff that has been happening. So if we have some additional questions, if that's okay, we can shoot those questions to staff in an email and we'll get the answers. So we're on board discussion right now.
Okay, so if I could get a follow-up on that, because I am confused. I went over some of the ideas about post-COVID using electronic means to get kids together. I think that's great. I'm hoping that you'll look at mentoring in different capacities. I think that could be super powerful. And I will also, I think you know how to get in touch with us through the high school, but also another gaucho here, and haven't seen it come out in any way. So I'll send you some contacts that might help you. And everybody else did a great job on questions, and I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler. I just have a couple of comments. I think one of the reasons why in the past we've had trouble getting students from the different sites. It's not just the geography, it's how we go about getting the students, i.e. that the site leadership is selecting who gets to participate. And we need to get away from that. That doesn't mean that they don't have any way to weigh in, but there needs to be an application process that is open to all of the children. Um, it needs to be something that is written in multiple languages so that they are all able to understand what this opportunity is. Now, that obviously means that at the end, along the way, somebody has to choose who the final two are. I don't know what that looks like. Maybe that looks like the site leader. Maybe that looks like a group of students selecting who is actually going to represent them. But we need to get away from site leaders picking these students in isolation. That's why the majority of the students are never hearing about these opportunities. I want to just set a stage for our two student trustees and any student trustee that's to come. All 5 of the elected board members, we all represent a constituency. There were people who voted for us and they sent us here. You have a constituency as well. And the constituency that you have are your fellow students. So I heard Mr. Cotton Blake talk about this. I heard Mr. Gonzalez Hoy talk about this as well. I want us to rearrange and reimagine what it is that you all do here. Just like the 5 of us are here speaking on behalf of the representatives or the citizens or the residents of our wards, you are here speaking on behalf of other students. And so it is imperative moving forward. I'm glad we're having this conversation. When you get your reports, you really need to be coming here and speaking as a representative of the other students. So when we have the Congress, or we're going to get some clarification on the Youth Commission, Mrs. Reckler, I'm there with you. But either way, you are representing someone. And when you come to this space, you should really be speaking for those people, right? Because that's what representative democracy is. And this is a space for you to be able to learn how to do that. So the reports will look a little different. And we just want you to realize that, this is a learning opportunity for you as well. And when we talk about who are the liaisons to the Youth Commission or these groups, the liaisons really should be the student trustees. Now, a board member can work in some kind of advisory capacity, like clubs on campus. They have the adult club, guide person, advisor. But the liaison from the Congress or from the Youth Commission, Mr. Cotton Blake, that's you. That's who it should be, right? And Ms. Garcia Avila, that's you. That's who it should be, right? So I want you to begin to rethink, what you say here, right? Because you're here to represent other people. And you guys do a good job of that. And I just want you to focus on that a little more, okay? Those are my comments. It sounds like this is a great idea. It sounds like there's way more participation. And I also think that there is an opportunity for this board to send questions, right, to the Congress, and say, hey, we're looking at this. What do you think? I think there's an opportunity for us to say, hey, there's a project, that we mutually want to work on, and say, okay, student lunches, for example, let's redesign what that looks like. Let's send that to the Congress as a project, right? And staff can work with the students through the Congress. And then what ends up happening, right? And this goes to Mrs. Smith-Fold's point about agency and giving real student voice, right? So we send a project over to the Congress that they want to work on as well. You're working on it with staff. The student trustees are coming back every month, giving updates in their monthly reports, right? And then at the end of the year, we have something that we all worked on together, but that was spearheaded by our students, and that we can pass it, as a board. So there are so many different opportunities here. I'm going to stop because we have other items to discuss, but I just want to thank staff for suggesting that we put an item on this agenda about youth voice and how we can amplify that. So thank you very much for this presentation. we are going to move on to the next agenda item, which is E1, purchase of books for English language learners, grades TK through 6. Presentation, I believe, is Mr. Aurelio.
Yes, good evening, everyone. And I've also promoted Director Christy Rosigno to also help introduce this item and also if there are specific questions. So we are recommending to the board that we purchase books, paper books for our English learners. These books would be delivered directly to the English learners' homes, ensuring that those students receive the books. Our timeline is fairly quick because we are also coupling this with an intervention that we will begin in February for our English learners. And so these are books that will be used for part of that process. We also gain access to the electronic version of these books, so that way our teachers are able to utilize the books in an electronic format with those students. Ms. Rosigno, is there anything else you'd like to add before we turn it over to the board?
Mr. Aurelio, I think I would also like to add that the books we're planning to send to the students are aligned to their instructional levels based on the reading assessments we have. So it's really going to be, independent levels. So it's going to be something that we're not just guessing what books will be accessible to them, but we're using data to inform that. And also the book collections that we've curated, they're going to include books that are both windows and mirrors culturally, reflecting the race of our students, as well as giving them insights into other cultures as well.
Thank you. And then we'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips, and thank you, Mr. Aurelio and Ms. Rosinos. So how many students are going to be able to benefit from this contract?
Excellent question. Roughly 700, slightly over 700, all identified English language learners in grades TK through 6.
That made me think of another question. Could you then explain to me?
I apologize, 7,000. I did not mean 700.
Okay.
I'm sorry, that was way
Thank
too
you.
small of a number. I'm sorry about
that.
I was wondering.
Thank you. I was gonna say, wow, those are expensive books. Okay, so thank you for clarifying. That took away my other question. But how many books would each student get?
It is going to depend based upon the instructional level. The books at the higher levels cost a little bit more because they're bigger. So it depends. It's going to vary between 4 and 7.
Between 4 and 7. Okay. And my last question is, are teachers being notified of what books the kids in their classroom are getting so that they're able to use them for their instruction?
Excellent question. Yes. Part of the process, once we have this finalized, will be that there'll be a message that goes out to all teachers with information around the books their students are getting. And because it's going to be aligned to their instructional level, it's not like all the second grade teachers are going to have one specific level. It's going to be really aligned to what the kids in that class are getting, as well as the digital copies to the book. So it'll all be in one succinct, hopefully one pager that goes to the teachers as soon as everything is finalized.
Great. Thank you. That was my last question.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Christian?
Thank you, President Phillips. No questions.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Thank you. So it's going to be at their reading level. Are we staying just at their reading level, or are we going to give them books that go above their reading level also so they're able to master and continue? Or do they just stay at the reading level? That's one question.
That's a great question. We're targeting their independent reading level because we want the students to be able to access the book and read it independently. And because it's not, if it was 30 or 40 books, then we might be looking at their current level and then beyond. But because we're looking at the smaller collection, we're looking at it being something that they can read independently, which will also be really important for when we layer in the opt-in literacy intervention, where the kids will be discussing and getting really deep into conversation in relation to the books that they are reading.
Oh, thank you. And my second question is student choice of material. Do you remember the little highlight magazines that you would take home and then your mom would help you check out the books that you really liked and then you would pay and get those? Is there some mechanism for that? How are the books being chosen, the genres or the topics being chosen for the students? What does that look like?
That's a great question. And when we're talking about live instruction and we're talking about a classroom library, that's the first element that we're looking at is choice. given that we are looking at providing books directly to students in their homes, we did, in addition to the lenses of windows and mirrors of different cultures, we also tried to select books that are graphic novels, which are naturally what we call a high-low, where they're high interest, but easier to decode for students to be able to move up levels. And so there's going to be a combination of fiction and nonfiction books, and these are going to play into the instructional book clubs that are happening later on. They're going to be the books that are used. So it's not the type of situation when we're looking at in-class and in-person instruction, and we have hundreds and hundreds of books for kids to choose from. This will be a much smaller selection and supported with instruction with the teacher and also their classroom teacher, and also, if they opt into it, the literacy intervention instruction through book clubs.
Okay, I just want to make sure that at every level we can get in their choice, because you know, as English teachers and readers, we know it doesn't matter what you read as long as you're reading. We want you to read. We don't want to deliver these books and then they sit on the table, or deliver the books and they feel punitive. Now I have to read this and I don't want to, it's not interesting to me. So I appreciate making sure that that voice is always there, that the student interest level is always taken into account. So I'm glad about that. And now, do they keep these books or they give them back? Oh, I didn't ask. I was discussing, right? I messed up, trustee. This is my question. My question is, do they keep these books or do they have to give them back?
They're theirs to keep.
Okay, that's it. I'm done. I remember. I'm getting better. Thank you.
We are all getting better and we will continue to get better. So thank you very much. And then the next person is Mrs. Reckler.
Great question so far. I don't have anything to add. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have any questions either. Is there any public discussion or public comment?
There are no hands raised.
Let me roll backwards. I'm sorry, Mr. Cotton Blake. Mr. Cotton Blake.
Yep, sorry.
All right, thank you. I guess my first question would have to be, when it comes to the books, how many students, so you said 7,000 will be distributed. Do we know how many English learning students we actually have in accordance with the amount being distributed?
Yes, we have close to 10,000 English language learners, and the books are being targeted to students in grades TK through 6 who have not been reclassified as proficient.
Okay, and that 10,000 goes directly for that age group or the entire group? Okay.
It's for students all students grades TK through 6 who are English language learners.
Okay.
So it's a subset. 7,000 of the 10,000 is within that age range.
Okay, perfect. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Garcia Avila.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is one hand raised. So let me set this up. Richie Cook, you may unmute and comment.
Yeah, I want to say that I'm very happy that the district is doing this. According to Stephen Krashen, who is the top expert in English language learning, the main problem that we face is the lack of materials in the homes of our English language learners. And this is something that is directly related to income and the ability to get these books. So thank you very much. I also want to thank President Phillips for keeping people on track and moving things along. Thank you.
That concludes comments for this item.
Thank you very much for the public comment. I will now entertain a motion to approve this item.
Trustee Phillips, I'll make a motion to approve this item.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir. Any discussion?
I don't know if this is Mr. Trustee Phillips, I'm confused. Now, is this the time that I get to go back and say something and discuss, or is that after this vote?
This is the time you get to let everybody know how you feel, ma'am.
Okay, so this now, is this the same department? Is this department also targeting our Black students who are not reading at reading level, our African Americans and Black students in the district? Is this the same department that's targeting that reading level? And if not, can we replicate giving books to our Black students? Am I making myself clear? Mr.
So
Aurelio, you see like I am, maybe.
what I'm gonna do, because see, what we're doing is we're getting staff in trouble. When it's discussion time, they're looking like, don't ask me anything because they know I'm going to stop them from talking. So when it's question time, you ask your questions. When it's discussion time, that is time for you to make your comments. And it's not fair to them to keep being pulled into board discussion and then be telling them to stop.
I'm going to email my question. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Do you have any comments though?
I'm good. No, thank you.
Okay. Does anybody have any comments? Mrs. Reckler.
I'm just thrilled that we're doing this. I mean, books showing up at kids' doors in a pandemic. I mean, this is, it's great. That's it. It's great.
It is. So the motion has been made to approve item 1, purchase of books for English language learners, grades TK through 6. The motion was made by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, and it was seconded by Mr. Christian. Seeing no more discussion, we're going to call the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, you are up to bat first today.
Thank you. Yes.
Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Yes.
Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
Garcia Avila, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are on to the next item, which is E2, purchase of elevation platform for EL data access and streamlining EL documentation. Mr. Duffy?
So we're going to stay right here. Unless Mr. Duffy, did you want to introduce this item, or are we good to go?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
Go right ahead.
So I'm here once again with Christy Rosigno, our Director of English Learners and Literacy, and we are recommending to the board the purchase of the Elevation platform. This is a data platform that will help us meet a number of our federal program monitoring requirements. It is a way to create data that is readily accessible to our teachers around English learners. It is also a way to create a workflow. As we know, when we are working with English learners, there are systems and processes that need to be met on an annual basis, notifications, letters that are sent home. This system takes care of all those pieces. It automates those markers so we are able to not miss any deadlines. And I'm going to see if Christy would like to add some more. She's done a lot of the research on this, so that's why she is here in case there are additional questions. So Christy.
Sure, I can add a little in that this is going to provide more data and put it right in teachers' hands or on their screens in order so that they're able to differentiate instruction that much more than they already are. Coming into this role, the site data, it lived in what was called an accountability folder, and a principal was to share the data to each teacher. And we shifted that, so at least now there's a folder that everyone in the school has access to, but the data is very limited in that it is the student's LPAC level. And it gives a little bit of information in terms of are they higher in reading than writing, that type of thing. But it doesn't do any of the triangulation that we're going to be able to have with Elevation, which talks to all of our other data resources, such as Aries and Power School. So it's going to make it so that the teachers, in order to meet the needs of their English language learners, have a one-stop shop, one place to go to get really in-depth information around their students in order to be able to differentiate and meet their needs.
I also want to add that as students become reclassified as English proficient, we have an obligation and a state mandate to continue to monitor those students for 4 years within the system. So this platform allows for that to also be an automated process, so we don't lose track of our students as they move from school to school, for example, within our district system. So 4 years worth of tracking after they're reclassified. So we are done, and we'll turn it over to the board for any questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Phillips. So I had previously emailed a lot of questions to staff that they responded. So I just want to thank them for that because I was very concerned about this contract. But I do want to bring back 4 that I think it's important for my colleagues to hear. And I'll just say them real quick. Well, actually, I'll just go one by one to not confuse all of us. And it's, how are you involving teachers if this contract is approved? And with that, what is their professional development and collaboration gonna look like to ensure that it's actually being used? That's my first question.
So the first question was around teachers and how they're going to be involved in the use of Elevation. So one of the things that is a part of our 3-year plan, which I will not go in depth into, but is indicated that we will be building a site level English learner teacher leader role, which will really be the person whom at the site, of course, in conjunction with the site administrators, to help with on-site support for Elevation. And we're going a little bit slow in order to go fast and really developing that role starting in the spring to be able to launch it in the fall. And I'm sorry, you may need to repeat the second question.
It was just more about how will the professional development, the collaboration between teachers gonna look like for the realization of this program?
So I think that that is something that's going to be built into the role of the English learner lead teacher, that they're going to be helping with some of that collaboration and on-site piece. Also, we do have professional development built into our contract that's going to take care at least of the first initial broad professional development that we need to have to get people up to speed with how to get started.
And I will add that we will definitely be looking at utilizing the Friday schedules that we have remaining this school year. My understanding, when I look at the calendar, there are 4 what we call third Fridays remaining, and those are the I like to say choose your own adventure professional development, where teachers can self-select for items. And as long as this contract moves forward, we will definitely be offering opportunities on those Fridays for teachers to self-select for additional training.
Thank you. My next question is, how is this different than other programs that we've had in the past, like Illuminate? And even when I started teaching in this district, we had yet another one, right? So we see these every few years. How is this different than the ones we've used before?
The first thing I'm going to add is that this platform is targeted specifically for English learners. I mean, this is an item strictly for our English learners, and that's one thing that's important and different. I think the best analogy for those who have been in education is, for special education, we have a platform called SACE, which is what teachers use to develop, IEPs and that process. Elevation is kind of the SACE to SPED Elevation would be the English learners. It provides this platform that's really targeted for them, including the levels around looking at the data deeper than just sort of aggregate level, but really looking at specific targeted processes for the levels the students are in. So teachers can start to really pinpoint where students need to go.
Thank you, Mr. Aurelio. And my last question is, this is not a cheap program. How will this be maintained over time? We're approving right now for a year, I believe. How would this be maintained? 2 years, excuse me. How would this be maintained past 2 years?
Oh, look, Dr. Wold just appeared magically. Oh no, Dr. Wold, we can't hear you. Dr. Wold will find the money. No, just kidding about that. But right now we're using LCAP. There is potentially down the line opportunity to look at our Title III dollars for some of those elements. I don't want to speak for Dr. Wold. I know he has plenty to say, but we would be looking at building it into our infrastructure as we move forward beyond the 2 years.
Okay. Thank you, President Phillips. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Christian?
Yes, no questions.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Before you picked this particular program, did you vet it through teachers, through the EL teachers? Did they get a chance to play around with it? Did they get a chance to look at it? Did they get a chance to tell you, this we know we can implement, this is too much outside of what we have the purview to do? Did that go through that process?
So the platform was, when we were first exploring the use of this, we did share information around it and offer opportunities for teachers and for principals and site administrators at high EL sites to dig in and to learn more. Not all of them were able to take a part of it, but those that were gave very positive feedback and were very excited for us to use this. And this also includes our central coaches that we have who are a long time in the district, long time supporting our teachers. All of our teachers focused on supporting English language learners. And really, this is one of the pieces that the team is most excited about to move the needle for our students.
Thank you, Trustee Phillips. That was the only question I had.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cotton Blake, Mrs. Reckler. Before I go to Mrs. Cotton Blake, I was just making sure you were paying attention. Mrs. Reckler.
Thank you. Once again, excellent questions on behalf of my colleagues, so I don't have much to add. The one thing I do have to add, though, is that there's nothing attached to this item. It is in the last week's packet, but I don't seem to see anything attached to this unless it's me.
I'm noticing the same thing. I can't scroll down to find the attachments. Usually you can scroll all the way down and find them. But we can make sure. I don't think they've changed since the last board meeting. Should be the same attachments.
That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Cotton Blake.
All right, thank you. And thank you for the presentation as well. My only question is, in this sense, from what I'm getting is we're paying for both convenience and the improvement of communications for English learner teachers as well. I mean, not English learner teachers, teachers for English learning students, the communication between both the teachers and the data shared between the teachers and teachers throughout the district, as well as the communications for those teachers to English learning students.
I would add that in addition to the communication flow, that the data for students is going to be much improved, as well as instructional strategies aligned to the levels of the students are also a component of the platform.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cotton Blake, does that conclude your questions?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, Ms. Garcia Avila.
I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any public comment?
There are some public comments. Let me set this up. So Gabrielle Micheletti, Ms. Micheletti, you can unmute and begin your comment.
Hi, I'm a first grade teacher at Verde Elementary, and hearing about this, it sounds like throwing money at a problem instead of actually sitting down with teachers to ask us what we need. I can tell you as someone who teaches classes with high rates of students who are language learners, usually around 90%, their LCAP level is not helpful, and it tells me nothing of what they actually need. Some good kids are good test takers, some kids are shy, it doesn't really help. And to watch cut after cut to my classroom for the past 2 years and students, and then see you spending almost $250,000 on something that looks and sounds like it's more about making district admins' lives easier rather than supporting teachers in supporting our students is extremely disappointing. So much of the plan you said is that teachers are going to take leading roles. So it sounds like there isn't a plan yet, but a lot of buzzwords being thrown around about supporting ELLs. And I'm also really curious what schools were actually asked for feedback on this. I really hope you'll consider strongly whether this is a good use of district money and whether this actually helps teachers so we can support our students better, or if this is just throwing money at a problem. Thank you.
We have one more speaker, Lucy Justo. You may unmute.
Hello, Lucy Justo, English teacher, Hercules Middle School. And I think that this is very well intentioned. I think that everyone is trying to do the best for students and to help our EL students. But I think because things are so compartmentalized that there are different factions that aren't communicating. I think it's an effort to like pay for HBO without paying the electric bill, so your TV's not working. We get EL reports without even the rubric, and it's given just to English teachers. I know at my site we had ELs 1 through 3 in one classroom. Class size can definitely make a huge difference in the impact. And rather paying a stipend for somebody to be a lead, having maybe staffing in the rooms to assist students would be much, much more beneficial. Another data management system isn't going to directly support students. I'm not saying not to have it. I say that that needs to happen first. So until our EL students can be placed in appropriate level classrooms, I don't think a management system should be put in place of what we already have. Thank you.
And that concludes comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio, and thank you to everyone who called in to make comments on the item. At this point, I will entertain a motion.
Trustee Phillips, I'll make a motion to approve the contract.
Do we have a second?
Second the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and Mr. Christian. Is there any discussion? Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. The reason why I hesitated on making the motion is just because I think as it was kind of felt by the public comments, our district has a culture of buying contracts to deal with an issue at hand. And that brings me a lot of concern because I've lived through various data management systems in my short career in our district. And they are there, we are trained, we finally start getting used to them, and then they go away. And then we get a new one, right? And my concern is that right now, as anything that comes to the board, I want to be really respectful of how much we're spending because we are still in a deficit in 2 years, right? So my hesitation comes from a place of wanting to be really smart with the funding we have and also not building on the culture that I've lived through of contracts that are here to momentarily and leave. I know that this is from a good place, and that's why I'm voting yes on it. But I do want us to be worried that's why I asked that question, and Dr. Wall couldn't give me an answer, which I will email him after this meeting, because I am really concerned of another contract we're gonna have for 2 years and leave. And that's not okay for me as a bilingual teacher, because especially bilingual teachers have always felt that they are the last ones to get support, the last ones to get books, the last ones to get materials, and they are, doing God's work, obviously trying to reclassify our students. All of our teachers are, but bilingual teachers have always felt that's the culture of our district, and I don't want them to have that culture anymore. So I appreciate Dr. Orsino and Mr. Aurelio. Mr. Orsino, I might have just added the doctor, but you might be, I'm not sure. Anyways, for answering all my questions, I just want you to know I am still worried, and I hope that that doesn't come to life and that we are actually using this contract for what it's supposed to and that we are maintaining it. But I want you to know how I feel, and I hope that in a year we get a report on how it's working, because I don't want us just to approve contracts to approve and never hear about them again. Thank you, President Phillips.
Thank you very much for your comments, sir. Mr. Christian?
Yes.
Do you have any comments, sir?
No comments.
Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Smith-Bolts.
I guess my comment is I want to make sure that we understand that literacy is for all. Literacy is for every child. Literacy is for every child in our district, and we need to be clear that we're using best practices to implement that across the board. If this goes through, like Trustee Gonzalez-Hoy said, I take some pause with it just to make sure that it's able to be implemented with integrity, able to be implemented with sustainability, and able to be implemented to where we're using this to spearhead and jump off best practices that can be used outside of ELL, not in an isolated bubble, but the practices that are used in ELL are great and maintained and able to be spread across the entire spectrum of our students, because again, literacy is for everyone. Our data shows that everyone is falling in a category where they're not reading at grade level. So I want to make sure that we're consciously thinking that when we pay for something, we're paying for something that is targeted, but also can be expanded. And it can be used at a greater level, and the knowledge given there can be used at a greater level. Work with OASA and see that this can be complemented to our Black students. Work with, like, let's go and spread this greatness out to all of our students in the district that need that targeted support. So again, listen to our teachers, listen, make sure that we can spread that good wealth out and make sure the teachers have that buy-in. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler? Any questions? I'm sorry.
That's all right. No problem.
Sorry, go ahead.
We're all working this through.
It's not questions. I'm stuck on questions now. We're on comments.
Not asking any questions. Not now. I do certainly want to ensure that we understand whether this is working or not. So that is extremely important, that metrics are set up and we know yes, no, what is and what isn't. And the second thing is that just to know that it does give me pause when two teachers call in and, you know, are maybe not quite on board. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cotton Blake?
I really have no further comments, so thank you for the presentation.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
I also have no comments. Thank you.
I don't have any comments either. It's been moved by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Item 2, purchase of elevation platform for EL data. And it's been seconded by Mr. Christian, and the contract is not actually attached. We are working under the understanding that this is the same contract that was on the schedule last week. So with that, it's been properly moved and seconded. I restated the motion, and we're on to the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mr. Christian?
03 Christian, yes.
Ms. Smith-Foles?
I just want you to acknowledge my pause. Yes, but I'm from my grace pot, from my pot of grace. Yes, but be clear, my pause.
Thank you, Mrs. Smith-Foles. Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
Garcia Avila, yes.
Phillips, yes. Motion carries unanimously. We are going to go on to the next item, which is E3, approved contract with Mastery Coding, California League of Schools.
Good evening. I don't know if Dr. Wold has sound, but Dr. Wold has been working on this with Tashaka Merriweather, who we heard from earlier, and I'm really excited about this. This is something Tashaka and I started working on a number of years ago, so I'll let them get to it.
So hopefully you do hear me. Okay,
yeah.
good.
Yes.
I had to unplug power of all things. So we will be promoting Tashaka Merriweather in just a moment as well. And he and I will go through this presentation. This is a very exciting opportunity for us to pilot something with the hope that this can be an ongoing, fully vetted additional piece to connect students. And Tashaka is going to walk you through some of the real creative ways that we can try to connect kids during the pandemic with the idea of keeping them connected and students we wouldn't normally be able to get to be part of involvement pieces. So Tashaka, are you in now?
Yes, can you guys hear me?
All right. Yeah, we can hear you. So I'm going to let Tashaka kind of walk us through what the Esports League is in the past, the partnership with Mastery Coding, and why we think this is a great opportunity for us to pilot something with the long-term goal of making this permanent. We did set up the potential budget to make it permanent, but we're going to assess after 1 year that it's working the right way before we do a long-term commitment. So I'll let him take us through.
All right, thank you. And then I also want to acknowledge that we have Alan on, which is actually the CEO of Mastery Coding. So he's going to be backing me up, as he is the content expert and I am the let's get this going expert. So with esports, what we were initially looking to do, and actually I'll go further back. I kind of introduced myself earlier, but as a graduate of this district, Richmond High School, go Oilers, and then also a former coach. So I've actually coached in this district for, geez, over 6 years or so. And then to come back and working with the youth commission, one thing that I have learned in my experience here is how kids want to be connected with, and also how kids connect with each other. So how do we insert ourselves in that process to leverage that to increase their educational experience? So with esports, you know, it encourages communication and coordination among student athletes. By playing games, students are able to deepen their levels of interaction and communicate more effectively and ready them later for life. We began this partnership, not even partnership, discussions a while ago, as Superintendent Duffy said, around how do we change what we're currently doing in athletics. So one project that I'm very proud of that we did was the Elementary Sports League, which kind of focused on how can we utilize what we have, or how can we do things different to actually reach out to students who traditionally don't have access to sports for whatever reason, and also expose them at a younger age, but at the same time being innovative. So that was the Elementary Sports League. And then taking that concept, Superintendent Duffy actually was saying, what do you think about, you know, esports, gaming, and utilizing this? And this was actually 2 years ago we had this conversation. So fast forward where we're at now, I was actually introduced to Mastery Coding and their initiative. And, you know, a lot of what I'm talking about this evening is actually what I learned through Mastery Coding. So what it does is it delivers career-ready, standard-based esports and coding courses built for middle and high school students nationwide. So that's kind of the platform. And I'm actually, I'm not doing it much justice, because Alan, what he informed me is it's not esports, it's actually academic esports. And Mastery Coding is the only academic esports league that's going on right now, which he had to remind me is distinctly different from traditional esports and gaming. So through live and remote hybrid instruction, Mastery Coding empowers students with the skills they need to become industry certified for high skills, high need, high paying workforce opportunities. What was also brought to my attention is that in the engineering field and computer science, over 90% of the and people that are employed actually started their foundation in gaming or esports. Some of the benefits to our students and why we were also drawn to academic esports is Mastery Coding is built on the foundation of an equity-based educational practices that foster diversity and inclusion for all races, genders, and ethnicities. This was at the heart of our conversations around race and equity, and how do we continue to do better in our own school district and keep that lens at all times. In addition, the gaming industry is aware of the need for increased representation by students of color, particularly, and women in the professional, and then as well as K-12, esports can help close the gap overall. So the fact that you can have, you know, the traditional jock on the same campus as a student that has no interest in physical sports, but they can also be on the same team, not to mention the ability to cross genders, where boys and girls are playing on the same field at the same time, which is exactly what we were able to accomplish for the majority of our elementary sports league as well. So there's a note that 48% of US women play video games, and the female gamers increased 70% from 2011 to 2014. So genders, as I just said, can play on the same team, as there's no gender imbalance in gaming. Some of the student roles, including in gaming, managing, marketing, and more, and provide real world experience and team collaboration towards a common goal. So it's not just looking at what they're doing today, but what are these 21st century skills that we're providing for them? And then going back to my previous presentation, how are we developing leadership skills utilizing these different programs that we have? And then of course, video game is pleasurable. Oh, I lost that one there. Video gaming is pleasurable, promotes well-being, and benefits cognition. So a student-centered course design and curriculum that guides students so they run most of their own teams. Again, this is where we're hoping to head, where the students are the ones that are building out their teams, and then they're the one managing their teams. Of course, we're going to have adults initially be the coaches, but that's where we would hope that the students are the one taking these skills on firsthand. Next slide, please. So we have our career pathways and our great IT team here in the district. So the vision is to bring some of the emerging technology to the educational experience in a way that captivates and engages students. Through this partnership in our district, we're hoping to bring coding to students by leveraging their interest in competitive gaming. So academic esports is the beginning and gaming, however, that's the carrot. We really want to leverage this to then increase basically increase the interest in the emerging technology and move us into the world of computers. So Mastery Coding uses standard-based computer science curriculum. Alec can talk a little bit about that later. And then I mentioned this part about the software engineers and how they basically started off. Another aspect that I wasn't aware of prior to this partnership is the amount of scholarships that are actually available. So students are not only limited to having to play traditional athletics, basketball, football, soccer, volleyball, whatever may have you. Now there's an opportunity to actually use something that many students do every day through academic esports and actually get a chance to earn a scholarship. As a coach, many of the students that I work with in the past, one thing they said, I want to be able to go to college, used to say, I want to be able to get out of my situation and go to another opportunity. And for many of the students, they couldn't afford to pay for it, so they were looking for scholarship opportunities. The fact that this is another way to achieve that same goal is really powerful. And then as far as salary and what we want to do to set students up, so the median annual wage for computer and information scientists is about 123,000 or so. Tony's getting ahead of me. So the vision here is to bring, oh, here we go. I'm sorry about that. So it's 123,000 and employment will grow about 11% by 2029. So this is a field that hasn't really been tapped into, where we're hoping that we can launch students and prepare them to make a decent salary to be set up for the future. And then Mastery Coding teaches gamers to code and coders to code, meeting students where they're at. Again, leveraging what they're already interested in and start to begin to introduce coding, something that they love, but meeting them halfway where they're at as far as their interest level. So with the Esports League, what we're really hoping and what we've seen during this pandemic and this time of distance learning, and again, the feedback that we get from meeting with the Student Congress is how do we get students to connect with one another in a time where all we need to do is social distance, right? That's one of the biggest feedback we continue to get is, I miss my friends, I miss the regular engagement, I miss all of these different things. So this pilot is really a unique opportunity for students to engage in competition with students from their site and across the broader school district. So you're not just limited to your friend that's in your classroom. Your friends can compete against other kids in the school, but we ultimately hope to also do cross competitions amongst other schools, really creating some, camaraderie and a little competitiveness among some of our schools. It also, academic esports encourages communication and coordinating amongst students, athletes by playing games that students are able to deepen their level of interaction and communicate more effectively. Again, building on their leadership skills. And then we also hope to attract students that typically opt out of traditional teams sports due to physical ability and or social pressures. For most of competitive sports and traditional sports, there's usually tryouts, there's usually physical capabilities, right? You may not be the fastest or you may not be the strongest. And unfortunately, sometimes you get selected out based on how many places are available. With esports, this is a little different, where we can capture those students who there maybe be a little bit shy, or maybe they don't want to be in a basketball gym with 100+ people there, but they do have something that they can offer to continue to help themselves grow. And then there's an inclusive approach to allow for different genders to play on the same team, where we're looking to really see how many young ladies that we can get involved in gaming as well, and to start to build those cross relationships between the young ladies and the young men and have them playing on the same team to reduce those gender roles.
Tashaka, would you like me to just add a little point or two?
Yeah, go ahead. I know you got a lot more information than I do, but go ahead.
I want to thank the board for having me as a guest tonight. My name's Alan Sitomer. So I was California's Teacher of the Year a few years ago. I come from Linwood High School, Title I school, facing a lot of the challenges that Title I schools face. And people ask me quite often, what's the secret sauce? And there's no secret sauce. Everything starts with engagement. If you win their hearts, you can win their minds. And that is the foundational premise upon which this data-driven program has been created. These kids love to game. This is what they're doing. They're not showing up at class, things like that. They love, but gaming is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is experiencing, as we see with Zoom, an explosion, not only across the globe, but it's giving birth to a host of emerging technologies. Virtual reality. Tesla uses VR to model their cars. Construction sites use VR to pre-model. Architects don't use pencil and paper anymore. What's the gateway to avail kids of the opportunity to step into the high-paying jobs and break the cycle of intergenerational poverty? How do we bring equitable opportunities to at-risk populations? That right there is the sort of the ground on which I stand today in front of you. I believe, and I was an English teacher, okay? Close reading, evidence-based writing, etc. I had a lot of success. I believe coding is the literacy of the next generation. And kids, you don't have to become an engineer, but you have to have a facility to understand algorithmic thinking and just how these devices work, and society. As high as unemployment is in California right now, there's actually a talent shortage if you have the skills we're talking about teaching to your students. Six-figure jobs are available. And as Tashaka mentioned, there's hundreds of universities offering college scholarships. UCLA has a phenomenal esports team. Okay, UC Berkeley. I mean, I can go on and on and on about the belief that esports is just gaming is a misperception that I understand, because nobody prior to sort of a real teacher coming in and using it to leverage their passion to turn it into performance hasn't really sort of entered into the fold. So I'm happy to sort of take your questions. We have had amazing results. So, you talk about how do we get the kids to join? How do we get the kids to join? engagement and getting kids to join is not going to be your problem here. The kids are going to beat a path to your door. How do you channel that energy and make sure they're not just home messing around, right? But actually learning efficacious skills that will serve them in life, both hard skills and soft skills. So that is kind of, some of the extensive conversations we've had with your district. And you have my promise that we are going to take care of the professional development, the making sure that you're onboarded properly. I've been in schools forever. I understand where the rubber meets the road. And I come here tonight at 8:30 to promise you that if you onboard us, we will be a success of which you are proud, and you will have graduates that own skills in HTML, CSS, JavaScript, Unity, and things like that as a byproduct of, we thought it was just playing games. And this is not about just playing games.
And so just to finish up as we go there, our big piece here is that we also want to make sure that there's equitable access. So where we're starting off, you don't need any equipment other than what we've already provided to our students. We'll be able to do it on a Chromebook or their cell phone. And we thought that was really important, that we're not jumping in and saying, oh, you have to have that Xbox or you have to have that other platform, which immediately removes students from being able to do that. That was a real critical piece to beginning this process, is that there's equal access for all as we go. And so we'll pass it to you, President Phillips, for any clarifying questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Phillips. Yeah, I have two questions. So it sounds like this is a 2-year contract. And on the first year, I'm looking at the contract, it says that the goal is to have 50 to 100 students per school participating. So that's about 700 to 1,400 students that will be impacted on the first year. I didn't see anything about the second year. Could you talk about how many students this would impact on the second year?
Go ahead, Alan.
I was just going to say, so the contract, what we provided with you is unlimited access per site. So when you say 50 per site, we believe that you'll find by the end of the contract that you've got an amazing amount of participation that we're able to channel into career apprenticeships, diverse learning opportunities, equitable access for disenfranchised students and things like that. So there are 10 different games available. So it's not like you have to be a Hearthstone player. We have, if you're keeping Au Courant, we just had an Among Us camp right now. So if any of you have, the most popular game around, everything is rated T for teen or below, so you won't have any issues. There's grade point average minimums that'll run just like the regular athletic department. So you can't just flunk history and be like, well, home gaming, say, but I swear I'm doing my homework. Like, all of that nonsense has been vetted right there. And we expect that by the time the 2-year contract rolls through, that you will have far greater numbers than the ones you just quoted to me, sir.
And to clarify, those were numbers that we made as a minimum expectation, but there is no limitation to how many students. It's about staff capacity, but at a minimum, we just guess 50 to 100. And if we don't, then we got to do something better, but we expect far more for the first year and further on.
Got it, thank you. And my second question is, and I appreciate that, Mr. I apologize. How do you say your last name, Mr.
Sitomer.
Sitomer. Okay, thank you. I didn't want to say it wrong. My second question is more towards you and your past work in other districts. We have some high schools with academies. What have you seen succeed in other districts with academies while doing this work in the partnership?
So that's a really good question. So the first thing that I would suggest to you is that we provide a lot of cross-disciplinary learning opportunities. Now, the idea of equitable access has come up. I've been, tuned in for the whole board meeting now, and it's an issue that all school districts wrestle with right here. So one of the things that you can sort of count on is that allowing the students to have agency in their selection, in their pursuit. So some kids might gravitate not only towards a game, but there's career opportunities to graphic design. Like if you're an artist, we can help you hone those talents to find gainful employment there. Some students, they like social media and things like, and marketing is a natural sort of fit. Other kids are all about the numbers and the operations and the tournaments and things like that. So this is not a scripted curriculum, but is an interactive living dynamic that works uniquely flagpole to flagpole through kind of a STEM-based prism, I would say. Like I can't emphasize enough how the emerging technologies of artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, etc., are really where this pathway esports is pointing kids towards, about awakening that the world has changed and this is your opportunity to reimagine what your future can be. So as I said, flagpole to flagpole, at all 14 different campuses that you're speaking to, you might have 14 different answers, and yet you'll have sort of a thematic through line where you've got a lot of engagement and a lot of diligent good work being done, but in a diverse amount of areas.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Phillips, that was my last question.
Thank you very much. Before I go to Mr. Christian, staff, this is a great presentation, but the presentation portion was in the beginning. We're on questions now. This is not a chance to give a second presentation. Please answer the questions that are asked of you so we can move through this. Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, President Phillips. The question is, will you be working with all the coaches throughout the district?
In short, yes, sir. I have spent a long time in the world of professional development, and I understand that it's the educator at the front of the room that makes the greatest impact on student learning. So we have an inordinate emphasis on making sure that each campus's coach, leader, etc., is excellently well prepared to succeed, and there's elements of ongoing support throughout the entire length of the contract, that are baked in. So it's not one and done training as soon as you onboard us and then see you in 6 months for a follow-up. That's not the schema.
Okay, answer the questions, Mr. Christian.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Thank you so much. So my question is that the league will be monitored by the coaches, correct?
The league is moderated in concert, by us and the coaches, yes.
So you own the level of supervision. You own if someone's getting bullied online, you own that. If you have built-in curriculum for empathy, sportsmanship, and womanship, and all of that is in place. And you, not the teachers, not the admin, you own that discipline part of this program, correct?
We overtly have units that speak to protocols, etiquettes, sportsmanship, racism, sexism, ageism, equity, access, are forthright in the curriculum, ma'am.
So my last question is, there will
And
be.
then to answer.
Sorry, go ahead.
We were just going to say that we will have a district staff person online always. There will never be any unsupervised activities. So indeed, the district will be part of this process to ensure that those things that you just mentioned can, if they do occur, we're instantly able to mitigate.
Okay, so that was my Thank you for that. That was my question about, will there be an adult in the room? And the answer seems to be yes. And then my last question is, do you have a rollout format or policy? How do you get parents invested in saying, I want to give my kid more time in front of a computer, more time gaming, more time doing that? So and this is just yes or no, I guess. You do have a rollout policy to get parent investment in it as well as student buy-in, but there's also parental buy-in and guardian buy-in.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Trustee Phillips. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler?
President Phillips, would it be okay if the students went before I did?
Sure. Mr. Cotton Blake?
Yes, thank you. I actually have a plethora of questions. So my first one will have to be, you touched a little bit upon who the students will be playing with or playing against competitively. And I had a concern when I heard on the basis that there will be a large amount, you said 50 to 150 a site, I think I heard, if that's correct. And I just wanted to know when it comes to the competitiveness of it when looking at other schools, either within the district or other districts, do you know how competitive it will be? So teams, and how will teams be broken down actually is really what I'm asking, in that amount of students on a single site.
So,
And just very quickly before you start the question, staff, Mr. Sitomer, please answer these questions directly, because if we don't, we're going to have to table this item to move to the next one, and you have to wait until January. So please be. Thank you.
Yes, sir. To be brief, sir, we have a scope and sequence that rolls out everything. We divide the students into teams. We teach teamwork, we teach metacognition and things like that. There's a lot of self-reflection and so forth. And you're already running a lot of team sports in a lot of different aspects of your campuses anyway. This follows the same script, if you would.
Okay. I mean, just to follow up, the script has to be a little bit different because our regular sports teams do not have 100 or 150 students playing competitively per site.
They are broken into whether it's Overwatch 6 versus 6 and things like that, but it's a gated community where they will first play against one another, and then they will play against other schools in the district, putting on a tournament in which who's the winner of the school district right there. So there's a lot of socialization, school pride, the things they're hungering for right now.
Okay, thank you. So that was my first one. Second question would have to be, so starting out, having this passed, what would it look like in the beginning of the recruiting process for students?
What it would look like is that we would first get the professional development in hand so that we can help funnel the quite large enrollment expectations, right? So it's about getting your ducks in order first. Getting the word out is how you would get the word out about everything, but these kids are already in communication. They're already gaming. When they find out there's an esports team on campus, they flock to it.
And I'll just throw in there, in addition, we've already sent out an initial survey through the school sites to send out to students to get their interest level, as well as identifying a potential teacher, coach, or someone who could be the lead.
Okay, thank you. And that leads me to my third question. So what is the time frame for this, in a year or a semester spectrum? Is it seasonal? Is it, semesterly, quarterly? How does that look?
So we're going to onboard for January and start the season off with a end of year tournament in the school district. And then we will pick up again the next school year, and we will have 2 tournaments. So it's a semester-based approach.
Okay, thank you. And then I believe my last question, so what does skill-based matching on this look like? Because I see that as a huge issue, as there are many students, like you said, already gaming, and now it becomes a matter of equity, not just from gender base or age range, but it comes to just simple skill level and people who have been doing it versus new students.
Runs like any other athletic team. There's going to be some athletes that come to the thing that they're just great, and there's other ones that benefit from being on a team and they learn and they find their role, they find their strength. You could be JV and varsity teams on a campus. There's a lot of ways to skin it by age and or skill.
Okay, that's all for my questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Ms. Garcia Avila, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I just have one question, and with this, or could be this, with this, what am I saying? Sorry. Would and could this be considered as an extracurricular activity?
Absolutely.
Mhm. Okay,
But it
thank
can be
you.
inside the Bell schedule to earn credit. We're also on the A through G requirements list for other courses that we funnel into. So compute in the comp sci AP.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler?
Thank you. That was extremely helpful to students. So thank you. So we have a 2-year contract. What happens to our cost after into year 3? Do you have any idea?
I think that you'll find that we're the least expensive athletic program that you will onboard across the entire scope. If you look over it right there, going forward, the participation costs per student are very minimal and or non-existent to the student. And as you heard already, there's no hardware costs and things like that. So the upkeep of it is simply about, it's a subscription. Every year you want to subscribe to the curriculum, to the opportunities and things like that. But the initial investment is where the lion's share of your spending will be. And that's because of the professional development, getting the teams aligned and on board, and all the questions that are being asked, they get sussed out.
So can you, I'm still not clear on that. So it's a subscription per student in year 3? Is that what happens?
Site-based license, as many kids as you want per site. Unlimited access, unlimited teams, unlimited teachers.
And what is the price? Do you just like, what do you think that's going to be?
In the 3rd year, it will drop to $995 per school, $995 per school, which with 1,000 kids, that's $1 a kid for what's proven to be on other campuses the most popular offering they have.
And it's also important to note that we do hope to grow this to include additional school sites, as well as introduce the actual curriculum that goes with coding. So Alan, you can speak, there may be an additional cost for expanding and the additional curriculum.
But we would bring that back to the board if we choose to go down that pathway. And that would be based on engagement data, where we can show you either some metrics of more participation, metrics of potentially academic achievement, because there is a GPA requirement. So before we do that, we want to make sure that we are capturing the numbers that we're talking about and getting students engaged and connected.
Okay. So, and we feel like we've got interest in this. Maybe the students could even chime in on that. So we have significant interest.
Right now,
I'll say just quickly to Shaka and I, it's something we've been looking at for a couple of years. I think we authentically believe we have significant interest and that we can bring in a totally new group of students who haven't played team sports and can really leverage their academics and academic expectations as well, because we're going to be just as serious about holding them to that. So I see the students back on board. Would love to hear their
We can move it to discussion. What grades does this serve? I wasn't clear.
We serve grades 3 through 12, but your current offering, I believe, is going to the 14 high schools, if I'm correct.
It's going to be all secondary students,
All
so
secondary.
middle school and high school.
Okay.
To start with this round.
Okay, so it'll be all secondary. And we have coaches on board for this? And are they stipend? Do they get paid?
So what we're doing is we sent out that survey, and we would hope that the students would identify who their lead would be, or a teacher of some sort. But also, because traditional athletics are not going on, we're hoping to utilize those coaches to help support the academic esports as well, because they are already stipended, and we would hope they can come into this role.
Okay. And who else is anyone here using this, or is there a district that we've got close by that's got this moving?
You want to speak to that, Alan?
Well, oh yeah, I mean we're in many states across the nation and many school districts across the nation, and they're reaping a lot of success right now. So in your area of California, we have a couple of schools. I apologize. I don't have. There's so many schools that I wouldn't have, like, you know.
We'll send a list. We will get a list from Alan to send to the board.
I could follow up with you on with testimonials and things like that if you would.
And then do we compete within the WCCUSD, or do we go outside like CIF, or how does that?
Do both. Your kids, I have a feeling, are going to want to compete and be state champions. You know, that's just like the basketball team wants to let its wings stretch. I think that's where you're going to end up. There's national championships too, and there's teenagers that are making a lot of money as professional gamers, and there's colleges that are offering scholarships, as we mentioned.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler. Is there public comment?
We do have a couple hands raised, so we will go to Lucy Justo. Ms. Justo, you can unmute.
Lucy Justo, Hercules Middle School. It sounds like the district has a lot of money. We're signing a lot of contracts. I myself and another teacher last week did an Among Us group with our students after school. A lot of teachers do these things on their own time for free. This is something that teachers could do without paying yet one more consultant. I know that the class size MOU sunsets at the end of this year, and we're going to go back to the original contract as happens when an MOU sunsets, but we are currently at the highest class size that we have ever had in the history of West Contra Costa. And to continue to pay other people to do what we are able to do on the inside. Right now, we have coaches that could be doing this. They are experienced with doing tournaments. It could be a grassroots thing at school with the students. Students can help coordinate it. And I do not believe for 1 second that there's going to be a teacher attending to every single breakout room. It would be impossible. You're talking about one coach overseeing the entire school, and they would not be able to do it. Clearly, this is a discussion amongst people who have never gamed before. Please understand this. We got to stop spending money outside of the district and pay the people that we have currently staffed. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Xochitl Rodriguez Villalpando.
Hello, thank you so much. I'm a little bit disagreeing with the last comment. I actually have been able to do esports and coaching in my past districts, and I really encourage the outside resources and support because I've seen it fail many times because of not having those resources. I also want to encourage that you do approve this just because my husband works in the esports industry, and it's a great opportunity that he got, and I think that it would be really beneficial to all of our other students. I have students that have asked me for that support, and I am more than happy to do it, but it is definitely better to get that other resources that know what they have to do, know how to get that support from other schools to really compete with one another and bring those opportunities to students. So that is my comment.
That concludes comments for this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. I want to remind the board that we have 2 more items to do, and both of those items are hot items. At this time, I will take or entertain a motion.
President Phillips, I move to accept the contract or move the contract.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Do we have a second?
A second.
You guys are a tandem. It's been moved and properly seconded. Any discussion? Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. I just want to clarify for the public that this contract is being paid out of CARES Act, which is one-time funding coming to us to support during COVID. So it's not coming out of our general fund. I just want to clarify that because, of course, we're all concerned about funding. And I do think it's a great thing. One of my best friends in college became a professional gamer, and he wouldn't have been able to go to college without that experience. So I am excited to bring in yet another choice to our students. And I would like to request that in a year, like trend to all of our contracts, we get maybe a short presentation on how it's going, the progress data, and even some students who are using it at that point to let us know how they're liking it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Mr. Christian.
No comment.
And Mrs. Smith-Folds.
My only comment is I just want to make sure that we don't recreate barriers and points of exclusion, because you said it runs just like our current athletic program, which in and of itself is for those people who are able to do the athletics. So this has to run differently. It has to be presented differently. I think that you can't multiply that norm out there. This is for everyone. So it's one of those things that I want it to be more inclusive than exclusive. And I'm concerned, my comment with my concern is that the hope, you said you hope that you will have buy-in from those coaches and teachers, or that I don't want to spend money on a hope. So I would prefer you say we have 15 people who are saying they want to do it. We have 25 coaches who have committed to doing it. We have this already in place. If I would have preferred that when something comes to the board, it comes to the board more concrete with, we already have our survey. We already know, we already have 55 students who are able to do it at this site or that site. So that's my hesitation comes with the idea of we hope we can do it because it's money. That's it. Thank you, Trustee Phillips.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler.
I do very much echo the sentiments of Trustee Smith-Folds, and I would love to hear from the students. That's all I have. Thank you.
Mr. Cotton Blake.
Cotton Blake, just yes and no further comments.
Ms. Garcia Avila.
No comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I only have 2 comments. One is I don't want the GPA requirements to be any more stringent than they are for other programs, because I don't want to make this something that's not accessible to children who want to participate. The second, if there is any chance whatsoever that kids need more than a Chromebook and a hotspot to be able to participate in this, I need you to come back to the board immediately. We are not creating a league for kids who already have. We are trying to engage all of our children, and that means the ones that don't have the additional equipment. So if there's any hint that that's happening, you need to come back. That concludes my comments. This motion has been made by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. It has been seconded by Mr. Christian. It's action item E3, approved contract with Mastery Coding. We're going to start voting now. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you. Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mr. Christian.
Alder Christian, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Smith-Folds abstains.
Yes, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake.
Yes.
And Ms. Garcia Avila.
Garcia Avila, yes.
Phillips votes yes. This motion carries with 1 abstention. I would like to entertain a motion to recess until 9:07.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Gonzalez, oh yes.
Mr. Christian,
Alder Christian, yes.
and Mrs. Smith Foltz,
Yes.
Mrs. Reckler,
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake,
Yes.
and Ms. Garcia Avila.
Garcia Villa, yes.
Phillips, yes. We are in recess until 9:07. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. We're back from recess. The next item that we have to cover is item E4, approved resolution number 56-2021, urging Governor Newsom and the California Department of Public Health to prioritize California public school employees for phase 1 COVID-19 vaccine access. Dr. Wold, your presentation.
Thank you. So we posted initially a much longer version that really did not get to the clear picture that the board had asked us to bring forward a resolution that plain and simple illustrates that there is a need for our staff to be vaccinated so that we can move towards the reopening sooner. This version that we received after posting is the same content with much fewer words. It gets right to the point. So we have it up on the screen for the board to take a look at. The end result is that we are asking the board to pass a resolution to identify and urge the governor and the Department of Public Health to prioritize school employees in being vaccinated so that we can continue to serve our students as quickly as possible.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Wold. Can you read the resolve clauses, please?
Certainly. So all of the whereases, certainly. Okay.
No, the resolve clauses.
Oh, down to the bottom, yes. So number one, we urge Governor Newsom, the legislature, and the California Department of Public Health to prioritize the recovery of our public education system by providing public school employees with vaccines immediately after healthcare professionals. And number two, urges Governor Newsom and the legislature to commit to adequately funding public education during and after the pandemic. And number three, urges Governor Newsom and the legislature to ensure that the cost of COVID-19 vaccines for all public school employees are subsidized by the state to ensure equitable and timely access to these vaccines. And number four, hereby directs the superintendent or his designee to transmit copies of this resolution to Governor Gavin Newsom, President Pro Tempore Tony Atkins, Speaker Anthony Randon, Senator Nancy Skinner, Assemblyman Buffy Wicks, and the California Department of Public Health.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wold, for that presentation. We're on to questions now. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, do you have any questions?
Thank you, President Phillips. I have no questions, just comments.
And Mr. Christian, do you have any questions?
No questions.
And Mrs. Smith-Folds, questions?
No questions right now.
Mrs. Reckler?
No questions.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
I have no questions either.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now going to move on to public comment for this item, if there are any.
I do not see any. I do see one public comment we will go to.
There.
A couple. Okay. We will start with Carol Peters.
Hello, Carol Peters. Can you hear me? Carol Peters, I'm from Hercules Middle School. I'm so glad that you all took or you changed the version because I was highly concerned about the part where it says, where you originally had reopening bill would require vaccinations of all school district personnel as a condition to be met. I'm very glad that you took that off, as I felt that was very inappropriate for the board to even consider requiring vaccinations of all employees without having labor unions consulted about that matter. So thank you for taking that off. That's it.
Mr. Aurelio, I know that sometimes we stop, but there's 20 minutes allocated for this. So if other people come in, just let them in.
Okay.
But anyway, the next person.
Joseph Glatzer.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Joseph Glatzer, teacher at Hercules Middle, speaking again. And I'm asking that you vote yes on this resolution and do everything you can as a board and a district to put pressure on the state of California to prioritize educators and staff for vaccination so that we can return to school in person with those students who voluntarily wish to do so. And also for those teachers who are taking a more wait and see approach to the vaccine, that they be allowed to stay at home and continue doing distance learning if they so choose, so that teachers don't have to face the choice of coming back to school in person or quitting or, you know, retiring or having to do transfers or anything like that. And I would also ask that resolutions and pressure be put on the state to actually handle COVID effectively, which they've totally failed to do so far. We know it works. We've seen what works in other countries like Taiwan, Singapore, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, but for some reason we choose not to do those things here, which is strict enforcement, contact tracing, quarantine, and many other types of public outreach and enforcement. And so I'd ask that you take that up as well so that our students can live in safe communities that are COVID-free as well.
Our next speaker is Kelly Hardy.
Thank you. I'm a district parent and wanted to welcome the new board members and say thank you very much for focusing your attention on this issue around vaccines and protecting our teachers and getting our kids back to in-person school. It is, to me, the most important issue that I would want you all to be working on for our kids and teachers. And I would just echo the previous speakers earlier in the night, the teachers who urged you to focus more on class sizes and the basics rather than some of these contracts and the extras. Right now, my kid who used to love school really hates everything about school, and I'm afraid that that's going to continue. There's nothing more important to me than safely getting those of us who want to and are able to get back to school to do so. Thank you.
And our next speaker is Jillian Banks-Kong.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, I'd like to echo the previous comments. I got on earlier and talked about working on a way to get our kids back to school. And, you know, I find this is a very exciting opportunity. The idea that our teachers could be vaccinated very soon. Again, I'm not suggesting that we just, you know, swing the doors of school wide open and get back to business as usual. I would want the kids to be back in there and the teachers to be back in there in a safe, measured way, a studied way. And I understand that there have been other places that have done that successfully. And I would really urge the board to look into that in addition to urging the governor to have our teachers vaccinated. I know that that's a high level of concern for a lot of the teachers coming in and being exposed, which I certainly can appreciate. So if there's, you know, if this is any way to move forward to moving our kids back into school, I definitely support it. Thank you.
That concludes comments on this item.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aurelio. Thank you to everyone who called in. At this time, I will entertain a motion to adopt the substitute resolution that was put up on the board for everyone to see earlier.
So moved.
It's been moved by Mrs. Smith Folds. Is there a second?
Reckler, second.
It's been seconded by Mrs. Reckler. On to discussion, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. So I 100% agree with the resolution and thank staff and everybody who helped draft it, Mr. Phillips for creating this new version. You know, I think that this is really important because so many of our classified staff and educators are at the sites right now, even working. Well, not right now because they're on holiday, but you know, usually. So it's critical that they get vaccinated. But I want to remind the community that this vaccination does not mean that you're not a carrier, right? So even if vaccinated, you could still be a carrier of the virus, right? So it doesn't mean that as soon as we get vaccinated, that means that we're opening schools right away. That's going to be a decision that we all can't take lightly, and we're going to work really hard. I think Trustee Phillips has, you know, he's already committed and working hard on that in the next few months. But I just want to make sure that we put it in context. I hope educators and school staff get vaccinated first because they are already in the trenches. But that does not equate one to the other because there's still a lot of concerns of how we spread the virus. But I agree with this 100%. And thank you, Trustee Reckler, for bringing it up at the last meeting.
Mr. Christian?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips, Trustee Phillips. Um, yes, I agree. On the same line, we want to make sure, before we open, that we follow the procedure of making sure that staff, we get vaccinated, so that our schools will be safe, our kids, our teachers, our classified staff, everybody. So yes, not being said, I'm in a line what is being said. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
No comments, except that I can support this new version. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Mrs. Reckler?
Yes, thank you. I also appreciate the second version, which is more concise and gets right to the point. And if I need to put stamps on those things and get them out the door to our governor and Ms. Wicks, I am happy to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for suggesting that we do this. It was a great idea. Mr. Cotton Blake.
Thank you. I'm also in full support of this resolution as well as the amendments. On top of that, though I don't know what will come of the new strain of COVID that was recently discovered, I do appreciate that we are once again putting our staff and students and teachers first. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Garcia Avila.
No comments, thank you.
Thank you very much. My only comment, I already thanked Ms. Reckler. I think Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy actually mentioned this as well. I want to thank Dr. Wold for doing the first draft on this. It may look different, but the bones of the first draft are still there. So we appreciate the work that you did on this. That said, this item has been moved and seconded, and that is to adopt the substitute resolution that was put on the screen for everyone to see. We will now begin the vote. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy?
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mr. Christian?
Under Christian, yes.
And Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Smith-Folds, yes.
Mrs. Reckler?
Reckler, yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Cotton Blake, yes.
Ms. Garcia Avila?
Garcia Avila, yes.
Phillips, yes. The motion carries unanimously. And now we are on to item E5, decision hearing for Summit Tamalpais charter renewal. And a quick question, this is a public hearing, correct?
No, this is not a public hearing. This is the staff. We did the public hearing 3 weeks ago, back before the 15-day posting. So this is just staff's report of the recommendations, and then the board can take public comment and then choose what action the board wants to take.
Okay, thank you very much. So staff presentation, please.
Hey, good evening.
Yeah, perfect. I'm going to introduce Denise Cifelli, who is our charter schools financial coordinator. We're going to very quickly go through the staff presentation, get directly to the questions from the board members as quickly as we can while giving the context.
All right, good evening, President Phillips, Board Trustees, Superintendent Duffy, staff, and community. As previously presented, there are now 3 renewal tiers, low, middle, and high, which are assigned by the state under the new charter law that went into effect July 1 of this year. The state placed Summit Tamalpais in the middle tier based on their dashboard data, which makes them eligible for a 5-year renewal term. Based on review of the petition by the district's renewal team, staff is recommending the 5-year renewal of Summit Tamalpais. Next slide. There are strict guidelines for non-renewal of a middle performing school requiring written findings with supporting facts on each of the following, which show that the school failed to meet or make sufficient progress towards meeting standards that benefit students, and as documented, that closure is in the best interest of students, and that the decision is not to renew gave greater weight to the school's academic performance. or that staff found that the charter is demonstratively unlikely to successfully implement the program set forth in the petition due to substantial fiscal or governance factors, or the charter is not serving the pupils who wish to attend, as documented by aggregate data reflecting pupil enrollment patterns at the charter. During the review process, staff did not find that closure was in the best interest of students or that there were any governance or fiscal concerns. Next slide. During the review process, staff requested additional information in order to gain clarity in various areas. District staff also provided guidance to the site in numerous areas as part of the review process. We would like to highlight 3 areas of strength. The first was English language learner reclassification strategies, where they were able to show strong examples of how they are moving towards closing this achievement gap and how those strategies are linked to raising the percentage of students making progress towards English language proficiency. The strength of the school is their individualized approach encompassed in their per student goals. Also, special education services showed their admission practices and service descriptions for students with IEPs and 504s was well-defined, well-written, and organized. And that charter management has displayed a willingness to collaborate and partner with the district by providing data when requested, an openness for discussion and addressing challenges, and a commitment towards improvement. Challenges of note are their chronic absenteeism of 13.1%, which increased 5.4% over the previous year. Their suspension rate of 14.4%, which shows a disproportionate number of African-American students being suspended, and their teacher credentialing to ensure credentialing standards are met and to develop a pathway plan to retain teachers. Next slide. The next couple of slides show the comparisons between Summit Tamalpais and the district for chronic absenteeism and suspension rate based on dashboard results, which are areas of concern for the district and areas where we will provide greater focus moving forward. The district will monitor chronic absenteeism with attention focused on the improvement of all subgroups, as well as examine ongoing ADA numbers, enrollment numbers, attendance rates, and chronic absenteeism rates. Particular attention will be focused in addressing the disproportionality of African-American students' suspensions, as they were increased 5.6% over the prior year. The district will monitor the school's plan for reducing suspension rates, particularly among African-American students, and closely monitor the actual suspension rates of all groups. The district requested detailed written strategies containing specific steps for reducing suspension rates and an explanation on how these new and/or improved procedures will reduce suspension rates. Next slide. Additional oversight will also be given to teacher credentialing and English language learners. AB 1505 requires charter teachers to hold the same credentialing certificate, permit, or other documents required for their teaching assignment, similar to the public school teachers. District oversight will include the monitoring of all teacher credentials and staff turnover. As Summit was rated very low on the dashboard with 33.3% making progress towards English language proficiency, staff will continue to monitor and evaluate the progress of English language students to ensure progress towards English language proficiency is being met, even though staff found strong examples of how the school is moving towards closing this achievement gap. Their results in this category are not dissimilar to district scores, where 3 of our 6 high schools showed a decline in the same period. So while staff has concerns for the areas in need of improvement, Summit Tamalpais does not meet the criteria for non-renewal. As mentioned earlier, staff did not find governance or fiscal concerns that could not be remedied, nor could they validate that closure would be in the best interest of students. So based upon the AB 1505 language and the criteria of AB 1505, staff recommends approval of the Summit Tamalpais petition for a 5-year term. So this concludes staff's presentation. The district and Summit staff are available to answer board questions or clarify any information. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We are going to move to board questions, and we're beginning with Mr. Gonzalez-Way.
Thank you, President Phillips, and thank you, Ms. Cifelli, for that presentation. I was wondering if President Phillips, if I could get the Summit staff to come up so I could ask them questions. I have 7 questions for them.
Yes, sir. Are they panelists right now? Mr. Aurelio?
We can make them panelists. They are not right now.
I am promoting them as panelists as we speak.
Thank you very much.
So I believe a couple of them are on now. So if you want to ask your question, while you do that, I will be promoting the rest.
Thank you, and good evening to you all. I was wondering if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself real quick so that I know who to address my question to.
Good evening. My name is Joy Jackson. I'm the principal of Summit Tamalpais Middle.
And hi, my name is Jareem Gunter. I'm the executive director of Summit Tamalpais High School.
Is there anyone else? I saw a bunch of people pop up. I'm not sure.
I am working through the list.
There's a Diane Taverner that's showing now, and a Sharon Johnson, and a Joyce Montgomery. They need to identify themselves if they're going to be part of this, or get off the line.
Hello, I'm Joyce Montgomery. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Summit Public Schools.
Thank you.
Mr. Phillips, I'm Diane Tevner, the CEO of Summit Public Schools. Our entire network team is here, but we defer to Joy and Jareem on behalf of the team. We've been on the line and been here from the beginning, but we're promoted to be here. So we're happy to step off if you'd like us to, but we would defer to Joy and Jareem.
Whoever the team is from Summit that is to make this part of the presentation or answer the questions, that's who we need to have here. And then the other people, while I appreciate you and I hope that you stay in the attendees, we just need whoever is representing Summit today.
And Trustee Phillips, I would love to have someone from the central office and board members stay because I have a question specifically for them.
Well, there you go. All right. Shoot, Mr. Gonzalez-Way.
Wonderful. Thank you. I'll start with the first one. And thank you, Ms. Jackson and Mr. Gunter, for being here. So my first question to you is, I'm looking at my other screen, so I apologize, I'm not looking at you directly as I ask the question. I am concerned with your student attrition, especially following your data that you sent us recently around your cohorts and following your cohorts from 7th grade all the way through 11th grade, where they are now, where they were at 119 students, and now they are at less than half of that. Can you please explain why?
Yeah, thank you so much. So for us, we want every student who starts with Summit to continue through high school graduation. Currently, student persistence rate is at 89% for the middle school and 73% for the high school. We anticipate an even higher retention rate in the next year, particularly because of our strength of our program during this pandemic. We know that students who stay with us achieve those college level outcomes. There's no evidence to support trends that low performing students are leaving the school as a disappropriated rate. But we would like to work with the district and other charter schools in West Contra Costa to better understand student mobility. So that's really like our goal and what we really want to happen.
Okay, thank you. So for my second question, it was very nice to meet with your families and students and educators last week. I was able to meet with all of them and I asked them all these questions. So I wanted to get their perspective on a lot of these concerns that I had. And they all brought up one positive thing constantly, which was your mentorship program. I was wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about that.
Yes, our mentorship program is a cohort of students that have a mentor for their 7th and 8th grade years. I'm sorry, baby. have a mentor for their 7th and 8th grade years. They meet daily with their mentors. They have one-to-one check-ins. So on the last week of school, 90% of our students got a one-to-one check-in. And we know that through that model, it really helps surface anything that's going on with the students. And so the students both get academic coaching and social support with their mentor. And we also have a counseling program that if it's too much for the mentor, then we can defer to our counselors on campus. When they go into the 9th grade, their mentor follows them from the 9th to 12th grade and takes them through the whole college application process, because we really believe that year over year, when the same cohort of kids are together, it forms really deep connections in the school and also gives them a deep connection to their teachers.
Yeah, and one thing just to add on, one thing I really love about the mentorship program is that if you're struggling in any of your classrooms, the teacher goes to your mentor first to have a check-in with you. So you have that support at all times in school. So I really appreciate that about our mentorship program.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. So my third question is most likely for Ms. Taverner or someone else from the central office. So, you know, my understanding is that Summit as in general has had 8 ULPs filed against them by the union, which is recently formed as of a year and a half ago. This brings huge concern to me because labor relations is really important to our district. And just to give context, in the last 10 years, we have not had a single ULP filed against our district, and we are 10 times the size of Summit. So can you please tell me a little bit of why that is? Because to me, as a past labor leader, a teacher, and someone who really supports the partnership with labor, what does that mean to the future of Summit, and why is that happening? Because to me, teachers want to increase support for students. They want what's best for kids, and that the union has filed so many ULPs is incredibly concerning.
Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, can you tell me what a UOP is, please?
An unfair labor practice. And it's filed with the state, which, like I mentioned, it's you go through a level of grievances and processes in order to get there. If you file a UOP, that's a very extreme situation, and that you guys have had so many in a year and a half really concerns me.
So let me begin by saying, I think you have inaccurate information. We do not have 8 UOPs, as you call them, filed by Unite Summit, which is Summit's union. We have 4 that I am aware of, and they have all come in the forming of the union, the recognition of the union, and I'm sure, as you know, we are regularly bargaining right now for our first CBA. Unfortunately, because of the pandemic, any engagement with PERB to resolve these has been significantly delayed. And so what I would say to you is none of these have actually been heard yet. In fact, we just finished the hearing of the first one yesterday. And what I would represent is I think that Summit is going to show and prove that we did not engage in unfair practices. And I look forward to the opportunity to do that. We are actively engaged in presenting our position and side on that. I think more importantly, you know, we've just a week ago finished our 19th bargaining session. We're bargaining every other week on a contract. We're bargaining in good faith. We're making good progress. We have significant respect for our teachers and their right to unionize, and are deeply engaged with them. And in fact, that is what Summit was designed for and centered on, was the idea that teachers were actively engaged and a significant part of the leadership of Summit. And so I'm sorry that the information you have doesn't seem to be full. I'm happy to engage with you if you would like to further understand that.
Thank you, Ms. Taverner. I appreciate that. So I do want to add something, but I'll wait until comments later on. So I would love to engage with you later. So my next question is, what is your structure of your governing board? How many parents from Summit TAM serve on that board? And when and where do meetings happen?
The structure of the Summit Governance Board is for the entire nonprofit of Summit Public Schools. We operate schools in both California and Washington State. And so the board oversees the operation of all of the California schools. There are 7 separate charter petitions in multiple counties. And so under the legal requirements for a multi-county charter operator, we hold our meetings in the county that has the majority of students, which is San Mateo County. And so we hold the board meetings in Redwood City in accordance with the law. However, we, even not in COVID times, provide access at every single one of our school sites for parents, students, teachers to engage in the board meetings via this two-way video conferencing experience. Ours is even more interactive. Everyone who is participating in the meeting is always on camera if they want to be on camera, and actively engages with the board.
Thank you, Ms. Taverner. I appreciate that. I believe that's my last question for you. So I'm going to go back to Mr. Gunter and Ms. Jackson. So like staff mentioned, according to the California dashboard, you are in the red tier for chronic absenteeism and in red for suspensions when that data was there. Can you please explain through this data and what you're doing differently in order to improve it?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Ensuring students' attendance and are attending is our first priority. We maintain almost a 97% of daily attendance rate at TAM currently. Attending isn't just showing up. Our teachers also show evidence of engagement by responding to teachers' calls. We have ex-students to respond to teachers' calls. Otherwise, students are marked virtually absent. So we're really about engagement and not about attendance, because our attendance looks good and we want to make sure students are engaged when they're doing this work. We see our students, when we see our students are not engaging, our support staff outside contact families right away while the students, if they're not in class or not engaging, to build relationships with the families, not to get students in trouble, but really to build relationships. And we listen to our families and we hear their roadblocks. As the one thing that I do want to just bring it back down to like a Summit TAM level. On the Summit TAM level, parents have a say in every part of our school. Right, we have something called POP, which is Parents of the Pact, and our Parents of the Pact are integrated in every aspect, every decision we make, everything we talk about. Our parents are involved in. So maybe at the macro level, when you're looking at the whole summit, there might not be a parent on the board, but when you look at the micro level at Summit TAM, parents are involved in every aspect of our school, and they are engaged.
I would like to also, I'm so thankful that you asked the question about suspensions, because I was a part of the team that really shifted the school culture. One, I would like to note that the suspension rate that was reported on this report was under our former leadership, and things that we've done since Dream and I have become leaders of the school to drastically change those suspension rates. Last year, we were down 65% in suspensions, and some things we did were this. One, we made very clear to students and teachers what were our 10 unsafe non-negotiables, and what can we do for teachers when these agreements were breached in the classrooms. And so we had a three method approach. One, I could come to your class and teach your class while you do a one-to-one check-in with the student at the door. Two, I could sit in the class with the students so they could remain in the classroom, and making it very clear that we do not and cannot violate students' rights by sending them out of class. It is their constitutional right to have a full day of instruction every single day. And so we put a nip in that. Or three, I could have a check-in with the student outside the classroom. We also took away some meeting time to give teachers time after school to have restorative conversations with students. And finally, what I learned from being a fourth grade teacher is that students really are accountable to each other. And so we built in restorative projects where students will have a level of accountability to their community members and their mentor groups, where if you cut the lights in the bathroom, then you have to do a restorative project on fire safety. And first you present it to a group of the school administration and your mentor, and then the next level would be presenting it to your mentor group. And so kids got really clear about, hey, don't do that. This is a restorative project you'll have to do. I also, before taking leadership at the school, went to Leadership High School, which is another charter school in our district that does extremely well, to learn what are they doing and how can they do it. I always want to learn from who's the best that has the same amount of criteria that we have that I can learn from. And a great idea that I was able to bring back was our Fun Friday. And so we made a school-wide accountability goal. So if students fought, if they defaced any property, if they littered, then they lost a Fun Friday where we would bring out games, a basketball hoop, all these kind of things. But it really made students accountable to each other instead of just accountable to the adults. And so with restorative practices, having a clear way that we would support teachers when they had a disruption in the classroom that didn't involve taking the kid out of the classroom was the way that we were able to reduce suspensions last year by 65%. I will say in those early years, the school felt very unsafe. Suspensions were rampant and they were under our former leadership, but we had to totally come and change that because first students have to feel safe so that the effective filter lowers so that they can learn. I've been a part of schools where I was scared if someone was going to fight or do something like that. And so we really drove in hard last year. And that was our main focus, is really reshaping the culture and bringing back mutually respectful relationships between students, parents, and teachers.
Thank you both for that. So my next question is, according to your demographics, Summit TAM serves a lower number of special education students and English language learners than the average district school. Can you please talk about why that is happening? And is that an issue that you are trying to do better around, and how?
Thank you for that question. I am not aware that we serve a lower number. We do recruit to make sure that we're matching as much as the district. We're very intentional in our recruiting. We have a parent that is a parent of a founding student. And what we like to do is bring a lot of parents into our school in actual paid positions to make sure that not only their voice is heard from the outside, but also on the inside. And so our current community engagement manager is a parent of two of our students, and we recruit widely and make sure that we go into all of the different organizations in our county to make sure that, you know, we're matching the district as much as possible. It is our goal, and we do believe with our individualized learning model that our diverse students and our EL students will be able to thrive in our model. And so I'm not aware that we have less, but that is not our intention.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. So my last question is, so even with the lower number of English language learners, you are reclassifying way fewer students than the average district school. Can you please explain why that's happening?
Joy, you're on mute.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Our English language learners have shown growth. In 2018, we were performing below the district in those first 2 years when culture was really difficult. But in 2019, we were 18 points above the district. But we're never going to stop developing and refining our EL supports. This is the work of a California educator. You cannot be an educator in California and not deeply, even if you are not a part of the community, make sure that you understand what it means to what the experience of an English language learner is, what supports, what the best practices are around it. So that's something that we'll continue to work on. But again, in that 2019 year, we did see 18 points of growth above the district, and we hope and we'll continue to refine our supports and be better for our students.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you, Mr. Gunther and Ms. Taverner. President Phillips, that's it for my questions.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Christian, do you have questions?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I have two questions. The first one, and actually I think it was covered, but basically I'm concerned about, you know, the high suspension rate amongst African-American students there. And then the other question would be, what is the population of African-American students there at that school site?
Yeah. So I'll let Joy talk about the population of African-American students. I will talk about, we're talking about suspensions. So as Joy stated earlier, our suspension rate that is showing that the data you have is from 2 years ago. We've made significant changes when it comes to suspension rate. We're down 65% from where we were before. So now we are focused, like Me and Joy are both here. I will be honest. I refuse to be a part of a school that's suspending African American students at a disproportionate rate. I will not do that. Right? That will not happen under my watch. We understand right now that when students are suspended, it's not beneficial to the students. It's more so just about like getting the student out of your classroom so you don't have to deal with the student. Right? So we built in like restorative practices to make sure that every student is successful. And we're building with families, also building with community members to find out best ways to support our students. But we refuse to like suspend students because it's not beneficial, unless it's something that's detrimental to the climate of the school. Other than that, we are trying to push forward because we know students need to be in class.
Another, we have 13.2% of African Americans at our school. And another thing I forgot to mention is that in that year, from the data that you have, we looked at the students that had the highest discipline referral rates. And what I did was I went and met with those parents over the summer at Starbucks, said, bring whoever you want, order whatever you want, let's talk. What don't you like about this school? What works for you about the school? What feedback? What was difficult for your families? Because we believe that it's the people that are furthest away from us that we need to talk to and are beholden to serve. And so in doing that, not only do we build relationships outside of the school context, but also just getting their real feedback. They told me so many things that I was able to change. Like, you're calling me all day saying that my student is late to class, but they're there with you. So can you do something about that? Or just different tweaks that we can make to make sure that our communication with our families were, when we had it, was urgent, was purposeful, wasn't overused, didn't, I know as a parent, if my daughter's school calls me, like, I'm scared to death. And so just making sure that we have those relationships with parents, that our students know exactly what the non-negotiables are. And also we had to do some things in our culture to change, like we outlawed saying snitching. Like, you cannot say snitching in the school. We turned into reporting. How do we report? And I knew the culture had changed when I would sit and do yard duty on the yard, and a kid would walk up to me and say, hey, can you have my mentor do a check-in with me and the student? They want to fight. I said, wow, this culture is really changing. Where at first we had a don't snitch, like, the kids really ran the culture in those early years before we took leadership. And I noticed that when kids are allowed and they don't have clear parameters and they don't have clear, this is what will happen next if this happened, then they tend to associate with the lowest common denominator, and they'll create a school that they're scared to be in. And we have to talk to our kids really and truthfully about that. And so, yeah, like Jareem said, it was my first priority to make sure that those suspension rates went down. I was so proud that when I was dean, there were 13 fights in the middle school. When I became principal, there were 0 fights last year. And we know that after COVID, we'll be able to keep that upward trajectory of maintaining school culture. And now it's time to lay the other pieces in place. Again, we're really young. And yeah, that is not data we're proud of, but we'll speak to it here to show you that we had to make that critical change for the safety of our students and our parents and our families.
Okay. I just want to go back to the point. Well, actually, let me just, when were the changes implemented?
Yeah, so in our 3rd year, we really took a hard look at our culture of our school. And so the data that you have are the first 2 years, and then our 3rd year, that's when we started really building out our restorative justice practices. That was my first year last year as school principal, and we were able to cut that suspension rate. And it's not to say that students did not get suspended, but we were very intentional and also doing all the proactive pieces before we have to get there. So our students know what are the expectations when you come in the school.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Christian. Mrs. Smith-Folds.
Hi, good evening. So I have a couple of questions. The first one is, who's leaving your school and why? And then I can couple that one with, I'm talking about students in that first question. What students are leaving and why are they leaving? And Ms. Joy, you told me that you met with the kids that were suspended and you found out some information about why they felt the way they felt and did what they did. Did you have that same conversation with those students who are exiting Summit? That's the first one. And second is, why do your teachers leave? And how many of your teachers are, well, I know how many are leaving, but why are they leaving? And then I have a couple after that, please.
Ms. Smith-Folds, can you repeat the question one more time? Because you froze halfway through and I didn't get it, so I don't know if everybody else did. So I was like waiting to finish and I never heard the full question.
Okay, I'm sorry. The first question is, who are your students leaving and why are those students leaving? Did I
sorry,
still freeze?
Yeah, I think you said am I still freezing? Yeah. So I didn't hear also that again.
Okay, so Ms. Joy, do you hear me? Ms. Joy, do you hear me? Okay, can you translate that question over, please?
Yeah, who are the students leaving and what teachers are leaving, and do we do exit interviews with our students?
Got it. Okay. Got it. Joy, do you want to take it or do you?
Yeah, so for our students, we don't see a pattern of a certain type of student leaving. Where we see the most leaving from our program is between middle school and high school. We have learned from our parents that our students, when they get to high school, they see us as a middle school solution. And then when they get to high school, they're looking for what they call a traditional high school. So when we do our exit interviews with our students and our parents, because we do an exit interview with every single student that leaves and their parents, they say they want things like sports programs. They, interestingly enough, want lockers. They want things like prom or things that they see as more of a traditional high school. So our biggest student decline comes between our middle school and high school years. Also for our teachers, teachers leave for various reasons. One, our school really believes in promoting and retaining teachers. I to this day feel like I am a lifelong teacher. I would have seen myself in school leadership, except for the former vice principal told me that I should come step into this role and I could add a lot to the school. And so one, with every single teacher, we have a career matrix survey that goes out in December and asks teachers, what are you interested in? Do you want to go to another site? Do you want to do another role? Are you interested in curriculum and instruction? So a lot of our teachers go through that platform, me being one. And then also we really, we have teachers that leave for different areas, leave out of the Bay Area, go back home to places like Tennessee. And so we see that teachers either leave to go to school or for financial reasons in the Bay Area, but there's not a certain type that we've been able to identify.
Thank you. And then,
I was going to add a couple things to that too.
Okay.
First, when you think about like our school is based on great teachers. Like that's our motto, is based on, like, we only do great work because of our great teachers. And we average our retention rate around 80% for teachers. But we want students and teachers to feel safe enough, compensated enough, developed enough to want to stay. So we do, we have 40 dedicated days for PD for teachers. And also our teachers are every teacher has a coach, every principal has a coach, every vice principal has a coach. That we all have somebody that can support us in the work that we're doing, so that we can be the best of ourselves. And we also have a program. It's a leadership development program for teachers if they want to get into leadership that they can take. And it's basically, it's like once a month they'll come to this program, or excuse me, twice a month they'll go to this program, and they'll learn about how to be a director of a school, and they'll like keep training and learning about that. And then at the end of that process, if they decide they want to move into leadership, they can. So we're trying to like build our teachers up by also moving them forward, as Joy was saying earlier.
So every teacher working at Summit now is credentialed?
So we have currently at Summit TAM, we have every teacher is credentialed except for 2. And what we mean by those 2 teachers that aren't credentialed, it's because they came from a different state, and now they're getting their credentials in California right now.
Okay, and then I have a question about looking at the screen. All your high-level people at the decision-making table look very similar. I would like to ask the question, what is the diversity at the decision-making table? And this goes for, Ms. Diane, Ms. Joyce, Ms. Sharon, Mr. Adam, Mr. Josh. What's the diversity at that decision-making level that high level that's in front of me right now?
Yeah, would you like us to answer that, or would you want, because I can answer that. Or
Let them answer that, honey. I want them to answer that.
Thank you, Ms. Smith-Folds. I'm happy to answer that because Summit has a really unique leadership structure that I think is worth sharing here with you and the board. First and foremost, at Summit, we believe that the school executive directors and the leaders are the CEOs of their own schools, and they are the leaders of their schools. And so Ms. Jackson and Ms. Gunter are the leaders, and they sit on a leadership structure in the organization with all of their fellow peers. The leaders of the schools are the decision makers in the organization, and we at the home office see ourselves as strategic partners with the school leaders. We offer expertise in particular areas, we offer support in particular areas, but really we actually defer to the school leaders as the decision makers. And so as Ms. Jackson and Ms. Gunter can explain to you, they are part of a team that comes together as leaders across our campuses to make the critical decisions. And they're actively engaged in those decisions right now. They do them by consensus in a really thoughtful way. And the rest of us serve as their strategic partners. The diversity of our collective leadership team across the organization is significant. You should know that of the 15 leaders of schools that we have, 6 of them are African American, 6 of them are white, 2 of them are Latino, 2 of them are Native. We have a very significantly diverse leadership group across the organization. I'm happy to have Ms. Jackson and Ms. Gunter speak about their experiences leading and decision makers in the organization.
So my question was specifically to this body, not at the site level, but to this particular body that's in front of me now. What's the diversity at that level? The level that you sit at, Ms. Diane? What's the diversity there at that level?
I assume you're asking about racial diversity?
Uh-huh.
Great. I haven't actually, it's primarily white, if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just asking for the information. So it's primary white female, white male. What is it? Primarily white what?
You want to know gender and race?
Yes.
Let me see, I'll have to count here. It's primarily, it's leans female. So I think we have majority female, certainly. Are there other dimensions of diversity you're interested in?
That answers it. That covers it. Thank you for that. And then Miss Joy, when did you guys get, and I'm only addressing you because I don't know if I'm freezing with Mr. Gunter. So Miss Joy, when did you see this staff report? When did you guys see this staff report?
The staff report from the district to us?
Yes. Yes.
Probably about like the week of the last time we convened. Maybe it was a week after.
A week, yeah. It was about a week and a half after.
So if the information was incorrect with the suspension rates, with all of these things, the absentees, if all of that information was not current and accurate, why wasn't that brought forward? I'm working with what I see. Do you understand what I'm saying? So you're telling me that it's different, but I don't see it being different because I'm looking at what you were presented and you guys okayed or had a chance, I'm assuming, to say something different, and that never got back to us.
Yes.
So I'm looking at the 14.4 suspension rate. I'm looking at for overall, I'm looking at the 13.1 absenteeism. So I'm trying to figure out what, if something's current, I would like to see that versus what I'm seeing right now. So if you had that opportunity, why didn't we get that information?
Yeah, to me, it's my understanding that we were supposed to report what's on the state dashboard, and those are the criterias for our tier. And so I thought that we were supposed to could only focus on things that were reported on the state dashboard. And since the COVID closures, we weren't able to test our kids last year.
So we're going by what's on the dashboard. That's what's in front of us. Okay, I just want to make it clear that that's what we're going by because that's what's presented in front of us. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Ms. Smith-Harris, may I, or Foltz, I apologize. May I just add though, that is our understanding, but Summit has submitted the data that Ms. Jackson and Ms. Gunter have shared tonight multiple times in the process. And so I do believe that the district has all of that data that they've shared. Perhaps it's a better question for staff as to why or why not it's included in the presentation.
Mr. Phillips, that's all of my questions. And the last one is, I'm sorry, one more. So Unite Summit is currently working without a teacher contract. Is that accurate?
Unite Summit was recognized approximately a year ago, and we have been bargaining ever since on the first CBA. It's my understanding that Unite Summit has publicly indicated that they believe the first CBA will take over a year, and that's the standard timeframe in practice. And so we're well within their expectation of the length of time it would take to negotiate the first contract.
So currently they're working without a contract. Teachers.
A collective bargaining agreement.
Thank you. That's it, Trustee Phillips, for now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Reckler.
Good evening and welcome Team Summit. I would like to start out with the prior board meeting of November 18th and pick up on a few things where our prior board members left off. And during the November 18th board meeting, your team indicated that all of your students are A to G eligible. However, in the written summary we got from that meeting on page 4, I don't seem to see that indicated. What I see is our commitment is that upon graduation, all students will be college ready, which includes meeting the A to G subject requirements of the University of California state system. So since I don't see it in print, do you right now have, using real data, real-time information, a source, DataQuest or something else that proves that you're 100% of your students are A to G eligible?
Thank you for that. I'll answer that question because I am the high school principal. But I do want to say we haven't had a graduating class yet. So there's things that we can't. What we're saying is that all our students will be eligible because we can base it off of data from like all the other Summit schools that we currently have. But we actually don't have a senior class yet. So we right now we're at 11th grade. Next year we'll have our senior class. So we have to give the information that we have right now.
But you must by grade, have all that mapped out where they're hitting by grade what they need.
Yeah, students currently are eligible for when they do, like at the level they're supposed to be at now, they're eligible where they're at right now in 11th grade.
So everybody, 9th grade, every student is hitting every marker all the way up.
Right now, we can't talk about 9th grade because they haven't had their grading cycle yet.
That's fair.
But yes,
10th,
students are moving up. Yep. Students are moving up and they're moving on. And if students don't, we work with them individually to make sure they get there. That's why we have personalized learning because students move at their pace.
Thank you. Okay, I want to come back to, once again, from the November 18th meeting on slide 21, where you talked about students with disabilities. And it's this piece right here, where you combined ELA and math data, 35th percentile and 53rd percentile, combining those two data points together. After conversation with California Department of Education staff, they do not believe those are legitimate data arguments that can be used successfully because we don't 100% know that the same kids took the same exams at the same time in the same conditions, absences, So do you know for this data if this was 100% equal? And is this normally the way you look at data for students with disabilities?
So our Summit Learning platform is completely transparent for parents, students, and teachers. What we've done for our diverse learners is making sure that they have, we had 100% of IEP meetings to discuss accommodations that they would have in virtual school. We trained staff to make sure that they could adapt to what these accommodations would look like during virtual school. We have 100% of check-ins. And so to our knowledge, that data is 100% correct, or we wouldn't have presented it to the board. And we continue to make sure that We support our students and our families in being completely transparent and understanding and making sure that each student has their accommodations, both in person and the virtual setting.
Okay, and I'll remind you that this was based on CAS data according to the November 18th meeting. So we're sure that we compared apples with apples.
Yes.
Okay. I want to come back once again to special ed students. I believe I just heard that you guys don't think that there's a difference between your enrollment and district non-charters. Is that correct?
Oh, no, we have 9% of our students that are diverse learners, and the district has 12% to my knowledge.
Right, and that's been ongoing since you opened. 10.3% versus 11.9, 8.9 versus 12.1, 8.5 versus 12.1, and 9.9 versus 12.7. So I just want to ensure, right, that there's a disparity.
Yes, and I do believe with the strength of our diverse learners program and being able to retain our diverse teacher from year one, that parents will continue to choose our school and see that our school is a safe space for diverse learners. But first we had to, one, prove to the community that our culture worked for students, and two, maintain that throughout the pandemic. And so I do believe that it'll be a place in the future that our diverse learners will continue to choose. We're very intentional about the data for our diverse learners. I send an email out to my staff every single week that breaks down data based on language learners, African-American kids, and diverse learners. So we're really intentional in the work that we do and being transparent with ourselves about moving that data. And I don't even want to say moving that data. I want to say just being a school that works for our diverse students, because it's really not about the data. It's about each individual student.
Right, of course. The next question is for staff. And I just want to ensure English language learners, I think I saw some things in our reporting that said that Summit was low. And then I think I just heard Ms. Cifelli say that they're very low. I believe that they're very low. I just want to ensure that that goes down on the record, that they're very low. As a matter of fact, except for Summit K2, they're the lowest out of all of the schools in our district, charter, non-charter, high school, middle school. So does staff agree that they're very low?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I want to move back to attrition rates. I really don't want to beat this to death, except that, you know, you've lost over half your students since from your 7th grade class. But what really does concern me is about the disproportionality of your African-American students, where you've lost 62.5% of your African-American students. And you seem to be really into the data and talking to families. Do you have anything else that you can add to that?
So I will say this. Currently what I want to make sure I speak to right now is what we're doing, like moving forward. And moving forward, we're putting plans in place that we're not losing those students. As I mentioned at the last meeting, I have been here now since this year, so it's been 7 months working with Joy, and Joy has been here for now actually almost 5 years, but 2 years in leadership, or a year and a half in leadership. And our goal together is to make sure our students, when they come in 9th grade, or excuse me, when they come in 7th grade, they stay, right? And it's really important for us to make sure that we focus on our students of color too, because we want to make them thrive. We want to be a place where that students can come and they can thrive and they can do really, really well. And we put in supports, and we're trying to put in supports daily to make sure these students excel and succeed.
And for African-American people, we've been the most hurt by the school system. And so there's the most institutional distrust there. And I will tell you, having conversations with parents who say, I don't trust you. Okay, we have to trust each other. We have to be on the same page so that we can help your student. We've had to have conversations, food, whatever it takes, showing of the work that we're doing, bringing parents in, having parents selling things in the hall, whatever it takes. But the main things that we've done are being really clear about our discipline procedures, having a discipline policy, making sure that we take meetings off so that teachers can have time to have restorative conversations with their kids, and all the work it takes after to making sure that the kids that are doing things that hurt the community actually do their restorative work, actually feel a sense of accountability. Because to me, if I suspend a kid, that's the best thing for the kid. They get to come back to the school and say, oh, my mom didn't do anything to me, I just got suspended. And then they look like a big shot on campus. But it really takes a lot of time investment to actually have them do restorative work and sit next to them and create a project that's unique to what you actually did, that'll actually hit who you are in your heartstrings so that you can grow and be better. That's the time investment that we put in that takes a lot of work.
Yeah, and I also want to make sure that we understand Summit TAM has been here for 6 years, right? We have students, and it takes time to grow and build a great school. So 6 years to me is not enough time to be a great school, right? So we're learning, we're developing, and schools that I've been in the past, there's always bumps in the road. And one thing I do want to state is this: we have students that have been there from 7th grade to 11th grade. Right, and taking a school away from them and saying, okay, now you have to find a school going to your senior year is a difficult thing. They've seen one school their whole time they've been in middle school and high school, right? So now they're trying.
Mr. Gunter, Mr.
Yes.
Gunter, due to the time, can you please focus on the questions that Ms. Reckler is asking? Ms. Reckler, do you have any more questions?
Yeah, no, we're good. I just want to make sure that you have, I'm sure you know, you have disproportionality within, your, that's higher than your attrition rate. Thank you. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Cotton Blake, do you have any questions?
I have no questions, and thank you for the questions that were presented.
Thank you so much, sir. Ms. Garcia
So
Avila.
it's correct, we've been around for 4 years.
Ms. Garcia Avila, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. I have 3 questions. So my first question is, I've been informed that your college trips for students I've been informed that for your college trips, students have to have certain grades. How can Summit make these college trips and college readiness more accessible regardless of GPA and other factors?
Thank you so much, Garcia Aguilar. They do not have to have certain grades to go on the college trips. The college trips are for everyone. We might invite parents to come on the college trips if they can or if they so choose, but it's not a requirement. College trips are for everyone. And we push back against people that have wanted to make them grades-based or punitive or this person shouldn't be able to go, but they're definitely not.
Yeah, and college trips are for all students, 11th grade all the way to 7th grade. Every student we want to make accessible to learning about college and going on college trips.
Thank you. How has Summit participated in race and equity teamwork?
You want to take that, Jerry?
I was going to let you, and I can jump on.
So on the leadership level, what we really did was really understand what does being an anti-bias, anti-racist school mean, and what things about our program do we want to change? How can we first define what is a way that we go through decision-making processes so that we make sure that we bring in all the voices in the room that aren't there? So when we're talking about school reopening, making sure that we go and seek every member in our community that represents different populations, multiple voices, because we know that homogeneous voice, like I can't speak for every single Black person, even because I am a cisgender Black woman from the South, and so I have a completely different wealth of experience, but really just making sure that we bring that language and that work in the front of our in our leadership decisions. Also, we do site-based equity work. A book that we read was Culturally Responsive Teaching in the Brain that I'm sure a lot of you know, and Dream, you can pass it off to you.
Yeah, we do a lot of work with sites. So we all come together with all leadership from all Summit schools, and we go through race and equity work. We also do trainings for staff on race and equity work, particularly at Summit TAM. We focus a lot on race and equity. We want to make sure that every student feels inclusive when it comes to sexuality, race, gender, every aspect of it. We want to make sure that
cognitive ability.
Yep, cognitive ability. We want to make sure that all students feel welcome, and we want to make sure all teachers feel welcome also. So we do a lot of work to make sure that it's an inclusive school, an inclusive environment.
I think one more thing is that it was really important to our families and our students that they had people in leadership that looked like them, that were former teachers in the classroom, that both shared both racial and ethnic or whatever background. And so our parents really lobbied hard to make sure that our leadership team is completely of people of color with different diversities and from different areas. And so just seeing the parent voice in that is a part of the race and equity work we do as well.
Yeah.
Ms. Garcia Avila.
A follow-up question for that. How long has this been going on? How long has race and equity teamwork been going on at Summit?
I would say on the network level, it started this year, really spawned by the Black Lives Matter movement. Everybody was incensed. It's really been traumatic to be a person of color in leadership, going to work every single day. And so we looked at it at a network level. But as far as Summit Tamalpais, I would say for the last 2 to 3 years, we've talked about race and equity work, because how can we do our work and not have that at the forefront?
My last question is, what steps has Summit taken to keep teachers, specifically teachers of color?
I would say, again, our teachers are the backbone of our school. They need to be uplifted in every single way, big and small. One, just having a supportive coach. Another thing that our school does is having 40 days of professional development. I know that I came to TAM because I was a 4th grade teacher planning for kindergarten and 12th grade in my class and couldn't sustain my work by myself. And so I came for those 40 days of professional development so I could breathe in my own work. We also, besides the professional development, I just lost my train of thought. But really it's just investing in the person. We have Take What You Need. And so if teachers need a mental, like I'll talk to my coaches and say, let's schedule your next mental health break. Let's make sure that, we have a plan in place for the kids, but also just seeing them as a person first and not as like, okay, just get up and do the work, and having those close relationships. I have, through that teacher retention rate, lost some of my best teachers because they got a position in government, or they got a position at a school that was closer to their house, where a traditional principal would try to convince you and manipulate you to stay. I let them go because I really believe that if we continue to put people first and invest in people's lives, like good people will continue to come to us. And so it's really through those personal relationships, having time to build time with staff. We believe in giving food helps build community. I know that's the way I build community in my culture. And so just seeing them as a person, but also having them being a part of the decision-making process. It was a transition going from colleague to a school leader with a lot of my team members. But the beauty of that is that every time we think about plans or different things that we want to do, I go to my coaches directly and say, give me feedback. What do you not like about this? What would you change? And have no ego in the feedback that they give, because we really believe that through a lot of feedback, it only makes the plan better. And so we have teachers that have been with us from day one, and they'll vet things for us and give feedback. And then our leaders among our staff, when we take it to the whole group for feedback and consensus.
And just so you know, our teachers match our population of our students. We have a huge diverse teachers from every aspect of diversity we have as our teacher staff. So our goal is to focus them on really wanting to be there and doing the things necessary to make sure they stay and stay employed at Summit Town.
Thank you very much for answering those questions, Ms. Garcia. Was that your last question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We are done with asking questions on this item. We do need to move to public comment, but before we move to public comment, it's 10:21. The meeting is set to end at 10:30. What I am going to do, I'm going to ask for a motion to extend this meeting one time into 11:30. I do not believe we're going to be here at 11:30, but I want to make sure that we're able to do the comments after this item, which I think some of us may want to do. So I have a motion to move this item to this meeting to 11:30.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Thank you very much. It's been properly moved and seconded. Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, start the vote.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mr. Christian?
Audrey Christian, yes.
Ms.
Yes.
keep it going, Mrs. Reckler.
Reckler, yes.
And Mr. Cotton Blake.
Cotton Blake, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Mr. Phillips, yes. Mr. Aurelio, I want to thank the folks from Summit TAM for coming in as panelists and answering our questions. Mr. Aurelio, if you could exit them as panelists and start the public comment, that would be fantastic.
I will do so, and we're going to do 1 minute based on the number of hands raised.
Mr. Aurelio, we're going to do 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Oh, okay.
And it's going to last for 20 minutes. And if we're not able to get everyone, I apologize for that.
Not a problem. So let me start with the first person, Anthony Durham.
Hello, my name is Anthony Durham. I'm a founding, I'm a proud parent of a founding student at Summit Tamalpais who's in the 11th grade. I'd like to speak on our parent engagement. When I first approached the school about starting our parent organization, Parents of the Pack, or POP as we call it, they were very excited and supportive of the idea. We have a lot of parents who are engaged in our school at a variety of levels in various ways. The staff and the teachers at the school recognize us and listen to our concerns and ideas, whether they're large or small. For example, when we wanted to start a snack bar for our basketball game, they supported us and allowed us to do so. Also, when we told them of our concerns about cell phones in the classrooms being a distraction, they listened to us and reacted to that to solve that issue. Those are just a couple of examples of the parent engagement and empowerment at Summit Tamalpais. I pray and respectfully ask that all of you support the Summit Tamalpais Charter Renewal Petition. Thank you.
The next speaker is Lucy Justo.
Mr. Aurelio, are they able to see the timer?
Oh, I am so sorry. I thought I was sharing my screen. There we go. Thank you for catching that. Lucy Justo.
Hello, Lucy Justo, Hercules Middle School. Diane is not being forthcoming about how leadership works, as in their bargaining, it is the corporation that is bargaining. Diane herself is bargaining. So their leadership at the school site is not leading that. From Unite's very own website, they proposed in their first bargaining session, from the very first one, that undocumented and Dreamer members of the community should be protected. They wrote, in their counter proposal, SPS chose to remove this section in its entirety. When asked about its removal, Diane stated it did not have to do with health and safety and that it didn't belong in a contract. SPS claims to be an anti-racist, anti-biased organization, yet its leadership removed language that protects immigrants, students, and staff, which suggests that their safety is not a priority. It reflects a lack of empathy and is deeply hurtful for so many stakeholders in our schools and does not reflect any of SPS's supposed claims surrounding diversity. And I'd like to remind the board that this is in direct conflict with the resolution that was passed on December 7th, 2016 for Safe Haven. Also, when she feigned ignorance about what an unfair labor practice was, that was not true. And it was clear that 8 have been filed, but 8 had not been concluded. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carolina Zani. Zani, you may unmute.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Carolina Sani. I want to especially thank you, those of you who took the additional time to meet our students, teachers, and parents. I want to invite everyone else to visit our school. A visit will give you a more dynamic understanding of what we offer our students at TAM. We're growing. The number you have heard at a snapshot of the past. Our growth has already made those numbers obsolete. The experience we offer our students far exceeds what is summed up in dollars and cents on paper. We have the right to choose the model in which our students are educated, charter, traditional, or even homeschool. Our students have flourished at TAM, and they shouldn't be forced to return to a system that had failed them. Come and see what we built in our community. We ask you to respect our judgments as a parent and the district recommendation by renewing TAM's petition to continue our growth for another 5 years. Thank you.
Sorry, I was muted. Our next speaker is Christian Parada Zani.
I just want to start off by saying thank you for those that were able to come to the student meetings and get a better understanding of the perspective of the students at Summit. I want to mention that I spent 5 years growing up in that school. I've been there since 7th grade and now I'm a junior. I've helped build this school and helped the community and made it what it is today. I spent 5 years of my life at that school, and I at least deserve to graduate. As a student, I shouldn't be worried about attending meetings like this. Just because I shouldn't be worried about this. I'm a student. I should be worried about other things. I should worry about getting a scholarship, finding out what colleges I want to go to. At least let me finish what I started. Thank you for your time, and I invite those that weren't able to come to our student meetings to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elijah Diaz. Elijah, you can unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Elijah Diaz. I'm a junior at Summit TAM. I came to Summit to pursue a better education, and I'm very glad I did. Every year I see more and more effort being put into our education and growth. This is why I'm in support of Summit Tamalpais' renewal. This has been the only school that has taught me to grow from my mistakes and to trust their system of teaching. I always feel supported whenever I am in class, physically and virtually. Teachers will help me with anything from emotional to school-related tasks. Summit TAM has seriously changed my life. The teachers have taught me an abundance of skills I can use in my daily life, whether it be at school or at home. I am in full support of the renewal. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jetsabel Diaz.
Hi, thank you everybody so much, and thank you for taking the time to hear us tonight. I wrote something, but I felt that sometimes it's better just to speak from the heart. I wanted to address you guys as distinguished members and wanted to share what an experience it has been personally for me and my sons to join Summit. My oldest son started in the 9th grade, and it was such a great experience dealing with the teachers, the staff, and the full support of the parents of the PAC, which has been tremendous. It has shown tremendous vision, and for us to be able to be here and beg some of you guys to join us and see what we have, it would mean so much to some of us because we have worked so hard. I am one of the parents that is constantly trying to push and trying to not only create a future for my children, but create a future for other generations, especially right now since systemic oppression has been going on within our communities and it plagues us. We have the right as parents to choose an education that best suits our children. And I think that Summit is providing that for my children. I have come from a line of public schools and I have been failed in San Francisco, one of the most expensive cities. So I urge you guys to please support us and continue to support Summit. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Veronica Martinez.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Verónica Martínez, soy madre de 2 alumnos en Summit. Vengo a decir mi experiencia con mi hijo en el grado 9. ya que él recibe clase especial. No sé por qué se cree que en estas escuelas no les dan oportunidad a esta clase de alumnos. Mi hijo, desde que aplicó, yo hablé con la escuela de su situación y ellos me dijeron que solo esperaban su información para que tuviéramos una reunión y planear cómo le iban a ayudar, y así ha sido desde el principio. Le han ayudado a adaptar sus materiales para que él pueda hacer sus trabajos, cosa que en la anterior escuela no sucedió, donde él estuvo hasta el grado 6. Creo que ninguna escuela, tanto tradicional como charter, es perfecta, pero creo que por eso es que los estudiantes deben de tener opciones a dónde ir, ya que no todos se adaptan a una sola manera de aprender. Espero y voten por la renovación de nuestra escuela y gracias por escucharme.
Our next speaker is Selena Durham. You may unmute. Ms. Durham, you can unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Selena Durham, and I am a founding student at Summit Tamalpais. I have spoken to a lot of you guys on the board, and I know you have heard things good and not so good about our school. I want to say this from my heart, that it would be a major disappointment to not have to move to a different school and have to start all over and find a different community, and to have this community that we have built over the past 5 years and see it improve so much with the different administrations, and how it has changed in a lot of ways. And you could see it not only in how the way the school runs, but how the students act in the school, and you can see a major difference. And if we were able to have an extra 5 years to complete the school or to grow more, it would be such an appreciation to be able to see growth in our school even more than we already have in the past 5 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Adelaida Duenas. Ms. Duenas?
Hello, good
Yes.
evening, board. Okay, good evening, board. Thank you. I appreciate that you've extended our time this evening. My name is Adelaida Duenas, and I've been teaching for 19 years. This is my 3rd year at Summit TAM. Before coming to TAM, I taught at a big private school in San Francisco. I've heard the comments from public school teachers in the district, and those reasons are not truly focused on the needs of the students in the community. One of the most valuable experiences that we provide our students is a one-to-one relationship with a mentor who is focused not only on their academic success, but their emotional development. I truly believe in the mission of the school and ask the board to think of the students we serve and consider that many of them would struggle to survive in their designated district school without the emotional support they receive at Summit. This is one of the most important reasons I respectfully ask for the renewal of our school. And also, let's not forget that every child is different. And as a parent, I know that parents look for schools that will meet the child's needs and a school where our children will be able to thrive. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sarai Camacho Alvarez.
Hello, my name is Sarai. I am a founding 11th grade student at Summit Tamalpais. Summit makes sure to provide their resources and support to every student individually. which is why I strongly value the education that Summit gives. My experience with Summit has made me feel comfortable with not knowing and being able to reach out when I need help, though this isn't always the case since the Summit curriculum is structured to specifically answer our questions and guide us through any project. I have also been in a different public school environment and can't say that kids receive the same and fair support as we do at Summit. Everyone is always open to support any students with whatever their needs are, and they go out of their way to check what students need help with the most. Summit prioritizes community, and they also teach us about the importance of a community which involves helping one another. Without Summit, we would lose one of our strongest support systems. I respectfully ask you to support the renewal of our school.
The next speaker is Jordan Martinez Wallace.
Okay. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jordan Martinez Wallace, a founding student at Tamalpais. My mother is an essential worker at the ER in Highland Hospital. She makes sacrifices to her health and family every day to help patients recovering from COVID-19 and to make a steady income for my family. The last thing she should be worrying about is if her son's school is even be given a fair chance. I personally should be worrying about college essays and which colleges I'm going to apply to instead of worrying about finding the school and if I'll ever be able to successfully adapt from a charter to a traditional school within less than a year. This time is already stressful for all of us, students especially, and this isn't necessary at the time being. Members of the board, please give us the chance to graduate from the very school we worked so hard to build from the ground up. Please renew Tantra petition for another 5 years. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackie Wilson.
Good evening, board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to congratulate the new members on the board and also thank all of you for taking the time to meet with students and parents from Summit Tamalpais. As a fairly new resident to the state of California and an educator with close to 20 years of experience, and a parent of a 10th grader at Summit Tam, I need to share with you some of the things that I've learned with our experience from Summit. My daughter is a diverse learner. I'm not ashamed of that. And I have been concerned with past school experiences of her getting what she needs. I can say that Summit has provided such an amazing community to provide opportunities for her to grow academically and also to flourish and thrive socially and emotionally and mentally. I also would like for you all to consider what our students, not just students at Summit Tam, but students in our district, our state, and our country, what they've endured this year. And as students have already stated, they should not have to be going through this currently with everything else that is going on. I appreciate every single staff member. I appreciate our mentoring program. I appreciate all of the targets that are placed within the Summit program to help students think about college and also get to college. And so I ask that you please approve the renewal for Summit Tam for the next 5 years. And thank you so much.
And President Phillips, we're at 17 minutes, just to let you know. Next speaker is Richie Cook.
Thank you very much. You know, Helms Middle School has an orchestra and a band, symphonic orchestra. Those kids go on to Richmond High, where they continue with the orchestra, they continue with symphonic band, jazz band, they have musicals every semester, they have plays every semester. This is Richmond High. I'm not talking about middle college here. Let's look at the teaching staff at Summit. The teachers there have less experience, less education, are less well paid, and have no due process rights. Now, what kind of teacher is going to go to teach at Summit as opposed to a public school? Not only that, your benefits are much less. I would be curious to know how many teachers at Summit have a master's degree or 5 years experience as a teacher. It's incredible to me to think about the national board of Summit. Meg Whitman is one of the members. I haven't seen her at Foods Co. recently. Our board here in Richmond is made up of people of the community. Thank you very much.
Joseph Glatzer.
Hi, thank you. So my name is Joseph Glatzer, 5 years in the district, history teacher at Hercules Middle. I'm urging the board to not renew Summit Mount Tam's charter. First, Summit enrolls fewer English learners than district schools, and they also reclassified fewer than 4%, compared to the district's nearly 10%. Measured by state-provided data, Summit's English learner program is a failure. Secondly, the school doesn't provide any meaningful program for the students of West County. Hercules Middle tried the Summit program for several years, but had to abandon it after massive student and especially parent backlash. Finally, the UTR Rep Council voted unanimously to oppose the renewal of this charter because we care about the children of this district and the harm being done by this school. Mediocre performance on state level priorities, poor results for English learners, and an unusually high student attrition rate make a clear legal case that Summit is not serving all pupils. Please do not renew this charter. Also in future, please put the biggest items at the beginning of the meeting so people don't have to stay up until 10:30 to comment. Several community members I know who plan to speak tonight had to give up and go to sleep. Again, please vote no on this charter. Thank you.
President Phillips, that puts us at 20 minutes. How would you like to proceed?
That is the end of public comment. And I would like to thank everyone for calling in. I apologize that we were not able to accommodate everyone this evening. With that said, we're going to move on to the portion of the discussion or the item that is board discussion. And I am going to ask for a motion. Is there an alternate motion for a conditional approval of the renewal petition?
Yes, I'll move an alternate motion for conditional renewal.
I'll
And
second Trustee Phillips.
thank you very much. And Mrs. Reckler, that alternate motion for conditional approval, that's subject to an MOU?
Yes, that will be subject to an MOU.
Mr. Wold, can you please bring this up so people can see it as we're talking?
Certainly. I'm going to work to share my screen right now.
And while he's doing that, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, the discussion is on you.
Thank you, President Phillips. I want to thank the whole community that came and spoke and those that are still in line to speak. You know, I feel that throughout this whole conversation, I have felt quite a bit of disappointment. I came into this meeting with an open mind, even though in the last eight years, as part of my experience in WCCUSD, I have constantly heard about Summit's attrition rates in our schools. I have constantly heard about students who leave Summit and come back to our high schools and our middle schools, which has been very, very disappointing to me. I was one of the people who agreed to bring the Summit program into Hercules Middle and see it not work. I was very disappointed with that because I was feeling really optimistic about the program. Tonight, I felt really displeased and disappointed by the answers I got to my questions by Summit staff, especially Ms. Taverner, who I was hoping would talk more about the labor relations. I am really disappointed, in my view, about the conditions of the Summit data. To me, charter schools should be way overperforming our schools, especially when they don't serve the needs that we have. They should be way overperforming them. And they are underperforming for English language learners, for students with disabilities, and for students of color. Now, as part of my disappointment, I'm also disappointed at the language that ended up being under 1505. 1505 is really tying our hands in quite a bit. And both experts, both within our district and outside of our district, have told us that if we were moved too close, we would be dealing with litigation. So this is why I believe a conditional approval with all these conditions is the way for us to go. I believe 100% in holding Summit accountable to make sure that we're serving every single one of the students who they're supposed to serve and who we serve. So with that said, President Phillips, I'm not sure if you would like for us to go through some of the conditions that we want to put forward, or if you would just like for the community to read them on their own.
Mr. Gonzalez, Hoy, go ahead and read the conditions if you'd like.
Thank you. And Trustee Reckler, if you would like to read half of them or something, give me a sign and I'll let you read the other half. So the conditions, the board moves for a conditional approval for the renewal petition for Summit Public Schools, Tamalpais for 5 years, beginning July 1st, 2021 until June 30th, 2026. In 2 years, in January of 2023, the charter school will be agendized at the Board of Education meeting to determine whether charter school's status in meeting the conditions of the charter school renewal. Should the charter school fail to meet the conditions of the renewal, the district will initiate revocation proceedings according to the statutory and regulatory provisions. The conditions of approval are the following. 1, the charter school shall not be classified as a low-performing charter school pursuant to the state's designations at any point during the charter's term. And number 2, the charter school will show increases in the percentage of its student population that meet or exceed standards in math and ELA in each year of the term of the charter. And number 3, the charter school will show increases in the percentage of its African-American student population that meet or exceed standards in math and ELA in each year of the term of the charter. And number 4, the charter school will increase the percentage of English language learners demonstrating English language proficiency as measured by the reclassification rates at a rate equal to or, and Dr. Wald, would you mind moving the screen down? Dr. Wald? Or is it Mr. Aurelio?
No, it is Dr. Wold who's sharing his screen, but I'm not. There we go.
Thank you. At a rate equal to, or right there, thank you. Equal to or higher than the state. And number 5, the charter school will meet state testing participation rates school-wide and for all subgroups. And number 6, the charter school will reduce its in and out of school suspension rate of African-American students to less than 10% per school year. And number 7, the charter school will improve its teacher retention rate to 90% from school year to school year. And number 8, the charter school will improve its student retention rate to 90% from school year to school year. And number 9, the charter school will provide on a quarterly basis written reports regarding the data reflected in these conditions to the district staff responsible for charter school oversight. And number 10, the charter school will meet all applicable requirements in law related to charter school renewals. And number 11, the charter school will increase the number of students with disabilities through recruitment efforts to numbers and percentages that are commensurate with WCCUSD schools. And 12, the charter school, well, Dr. Wald, we lost the screen. Oh, we lost Dr. Wald.
We did lose Dr. Wold. I'm sorry. And I don't have that document to share on my
Let me see if I can share it quickly.
Thank you, Mr. Duffy. I have it too, but I can't share my screen. Thank you. And I apologize, I lost my train of thought. We were in number 12, correct? Thank you, President Phillips. The charter school will maintain a rate of 100% of students meeting A3G requirements as stated in the renewal petition. And number 13, the charter school will comply with labor laws, including Education Employment Relations Act. And number 14, the charter school board of director meetings will become more accessible to families and the public by holding meetings within the district boundaries and at times accessible to the community with compliance with SB 126. And number 15, the charter school comply with WCCUSD board policies related to charter schools. Thank you. The district reserves the right to initiate revocation proceedings if warranted and pursuant to law at any point in time. And that concludes my comments, President Phillips.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. Mr. Christian?
No comment.
Mrs. Smith-Foltz?
Thank you very much. I just want to let everyone know that I've heard the public, the Summit kids, the Summit parents, some of the Summit teachers, they have all reached out to me. And I've listened. I've listened to what they had to say, but I've also listened to the data that's in front of me. I've listened to what I see that's sitting right in front of my face, and that speaks loudly also. There's an opportunity before this board to do better. I am committed to serving, but I'm also with the understanding that a yes with conditions means that they are given an opportunity to do what already should have been in place. There could be a no with support and understanding and transition and focus on a shared outcome. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Mrs. Reckler.
Team Summit TAM has. Thank you.
Mrs. Reckler, you froze for a moment. Do you want to say that again?
Team Summit TAM has work to do. Thank you.
Yes, they do. Mr. Cotton Blake?
I have no further comments.
Ms. Garcia Avila, do you have any
I have no
comments? Okay, and I agree with my board. So that said, an alternate motion for conditional approval has been moved, subject to compliance with the conditions that were just read by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. It will be typed up in an MOU. It was moved by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy and seconded by Mrs. Reckler, correct? All right.
Other way around.
Okay, it was moved by Mrs. Reckler and it was seconded by Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy. On the question, Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy, we begin the vote.
Gonzalez-Hoy, yes.
Mr. Christian?
Yes, all three. Christian, yes.
Mrs. Smith-Foltz?
No.
Mrs. Reckler?
Yes.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
Cotton Blake, abstain.
Mrs. Garcia Avila?
Garcia Avila, no.
Phillips, yes. Motion carries with Mrs. Smith-Foltz voting no. And student trustee Garcia Avila voting no. One abstention. Thank you very much. We are now going to move on to item F, which is comments from the Board of Education, beginning with Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy.
Thank you, President Phillips. I just want to thank all of you. I want to thank staff. I know tonight was an added meeting. I thought it went really well. I want to thank your leadership, President Phillips, but also staff. I know this conversation was not easy. The community might not believe me, but I lost actually quite a bit of sleep with the decision that we just made for whichever decision we were going to make. You know, it just speaks it's just so important that we continue to create oversight and transparency around our own decisions, but also around charter schools. And that's why I'm hoping that President Phillips will mention his comments a little bit about the future of our oversight, which I'm excited about. I just want to wish everybody here, Superintendent Duffy, your staff, my colleagues, happy holidays. I do hope that people are able to relax and be safe. Try not to travel, stay home. And I'm excited for our future work. I do feel hope. I know this conversation was about a charter school, but I actually am feeling quite a bit hopeful about the future of our own district and some other things that we are currently working on. So I just want to thank all the educators, parents, students, our student board members for always being so inspirational to me. and my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Christian?
Yes, thank you, President Phillips. I just want to say is, you know, as we continue to work and push forward together as a team, the staff, thank everybody, you know, everybody working hard. It's a matter, you know, how we come together and work together and how we make things better. So just want to thank everybody and that's pretty much. Thank you.
Mrs. Smith-Folds?
Thank you. I want to make sure that we understand that students are at the center of all of our work. So I want to be clear that now it is our duty to make sure, as it had been the duty by the people before us, to ensure that every child is served at every last one of the schools that they attend in this district. They are not to have a suspension rate and an absenteeism rate so high. They are not to have their ELLs not performing at the level that they need. So whatever has to be done now, it needs to be done with clear intention that these students deserve the best education possible. And that deserves a staff that is going to be watching them, because I'm watching you. Thank you. Have a good night and Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, and Happy Hanukkah.
Mrs. Reckler?
Thank you. I also want to echo, you know, the brilliant comments of this board. I don't really ever feel I have anything really to say because, you know, we really are speaking with one voice. This decision tonight was very hard. I myself lost sleep over it. There is no question that we had a number of, you know, we worked hard on this. I think we came out with the best option that we could at this point in time, given the world situation and everything else that's going on. I also want to very much thank staff and all of Team WCCUSD for everything you've done. I'm going to end the year with gratitude, and I am not sorry to see 2020 go. So 2021, we're on the way up. Thank you.
Mr. Cotton Blake?
First, again, like you all said, I would like to say thank you to you all as board members. I would like to say thank you to community members who are still on call this late. To everyone who came and presented tonight, I was very happy with the outcome of the majority of the items this evening and how they were passed or denied. And on that same sense and on that same note, I really came and wanted to see where you all stood as a board when it came to student voice, student representation, and I was looking for that moment. And right now you all showed me that you are definitely for student voice, for student representation, and here just simply for the students. And I'm proud to see a board that is doing that just as the last one did. So thank you all for being here, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the new year.
Thank you very much. Ms. Garcia Avila?
Thank you. I'm gonna keep it short and simple. I'm ready to go to bed. I'm so thankful for each and every one of you. It's a pleasure to work with all of you. And I know these decisions are not easy. And I mean, that's life, you know? Not everything is gonna be all sugar and spice. Um, Not me freezing. Oh, it's okay. I'm back. Hey, I'm back, everybody. Before I freeze again, thank you so much. Happy holidays. Stay safe. Wear a mask. Whatever. Not whatever, but yeah.
Thank you very much. So I will give some brief comments. One, there was a comment about Summit being last on the agenda tonight. I want to address that. There's really two reasons for that. One, the reason we had to have this special meeting is because Summit would not give us an extension, which staff requested and which I requested as well. And I did not feel that it was fair to, and Mrs. Reckler requested, and I did not feel that it was fair to staff and everybody else that had to participate in this meeting, that we had to have it because of Summit, and then to push them up first and make everybody else wait. I just didn't think that was fair. Secondly, just as a general rule, at least this year, we'll be addressing district business before we address charter business. So people need to get used to that. Not that charter business is not important, but we do have some things that we need to take care of in-house first. So this is, you'll probably see this again. The second thing that I wanted to bring up is something that I am very excited to announce. We are going to have a charter school oversight subcommittee of the school board. And this oversight subcommittee is going to be tasked with several things. One, charters in the district are supposed to be making annual reports to the board. They have not been making these reports. I've never seen them anyway. They'll be making them to this oversight subcommittee. The board is also supposed to be reviewing MOUs annually and making suggestions for changes. That is not something that has happened either. So this subcommittee will be doing that work as well. The subcommittee will also be reviewing board policies related to charter schools and trying to find some of the best practices in this area. And then this subcommittee will be making recommendations back to the full board. The idea around having this new subcommittee is one that I think everyone is familiar with. What normally happens is we grant a charter petition and then we don't see them again for 5 years. And during that period of time, there are all kinds of things that are happening, good and or bad. And then in the 5th year, when they're here for their renewal, everybody wants to talk about what's happened in the last 5 years in 30 days. And that's not feasible. That's not good oversight. We need to be checking in, and the charter schools need to be checking in at least annually. And we're creating a space for that to be able to happen. I'm also very proud to announce that Mr. Gonzalez-Hoy will be chairing this subcommittee. I think that he is the best person on this board for that job. And they will be getting to work next month. So I know people want stronger charter oversight. I know charter schools want to be able to, check in and not have people playing gotcha. And I think that this subcommittee that we're creating will actually, in the end, be something that's beneficial for everyone, and most importantly, the end user, which is children. So those are the announcements I wanted to make. This is our last board meeting for this year. I want to say very much that I thank all of you for participating. I thank everyone who is on the call right now. I thank this board for the work that it's doing, and I thank staff as well. And I hope that everyone has a happy and safe holiday. So that concludes board comments. And next, we're on to item G, the next scheduled Board of Education meeting. There's a board retreat on January 9th. And then there's a regular meeting on January 13, 2020. Also, there will be information coming out about a series of study sessions regarding COVID and schools. So look out for that as well. That said, we are on to item H, which is adjournment at 11:05 p.m. Thank you, everybody, for your work today. I really appreciate you. Have a great night.
Bye, everyone.
Bye-bye.
Good night.